Southern and eastern Scotland, but blustery again with showers across the Highlands and the Western Isles. A cooler feel here, but again, for most places, pretty mild. On Sunday, we'll see a bit more rain tracking back across Northern Ireland, perhaps into parts of Western Scotland and across Northern England. Again, much of the south, bar a bit of drizzle over the hills, just dry and fairly drab. Getting quite windy in places once more on Sunday, and again, it's going to be mild, double digits across the board with teens in the south.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria DiPiero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News. Every Wednesday we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock Monday to Thursday on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 3rd of February. Today,
Scarlett Jenkinson, for the murder of Brianna Ghey, I set the minimum term at 22 years, less the 352 days that you have spent on remand.
From one mother to another, the family of the girl who brutally murdered 16-year-old Brianna Ghey break their silence, claiming the situation has been beyond their worst nightmare.
The manhunt enters its third day for the suspect in the alkaline substance attack as police discover containers with corrosive warnings during a raid on a home in Newcastle.
The United States bombs 85 Iranian targets in Iraq and Syria as President Biden faces some of the toughest days in office.
And the two-year political stalemate in Northern Ireland comes to an end as the government is restored, with Sinn Féin's Michelle O'Neill becoming the first ever nationalist leader.
Also this morning, the Queen reveals she's Strictly's greatest fan as she gets a lesson from one of the show's pro dancers.
Good morning. It was billed as the fight of the year, but Tyson Fury against Alexander Usyk is now off. But does that mean cancelled or just postponed? We'll drill down into that. It's a big weekend of Premier League action as well. And we'll be keeping you across England's progress in the cricket in India in the second test.
Whilst it will be quite mild for many of us this weekend, sunshine will be at a premium with lots of clouds, some wet and windy weather at times too. I'll have the details shortly.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News. And while we're here talking to you this wonderful Saturday morning, so early, can I wish you all an happy International Golden Retriever Day.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry that doesn't include Rex.
No.
But apparently a woman in America is just so dedicated to her golden retrievers. She decided to start an International Golden Retriever Day, and it's gone huge.
Sounds funny.
Yeah.
So if you've got a golden retriever, I bet you didn't know about it.
No, I bet you didn't.
But send us a picture this morning. It'd be great to celebrate with you.
And what is so wonderful about golden retrievers? I mean, I know people who've got them, and they are very loving, very intelligent dogs, I suppose.
Is that the same as a Labrador, then? Are they the same thing?
No, Labradors are... no, you see here, I don't know. All right, you could help us with that one as well, especially if you are the proud owner of a golden retriever. What really is the difference between a retriever and a Labrador? Of the golden sort?
The golden sort, yes. Don't know.
Get in touch. We'd love to see your pictures, and we'd love to hear your stories.
Now to our main news this morning, and from one mother to another, while the mum of murdered teenager Brianna Ghey claims she's never felt such grief as the judge sentenced her daughter's killers to life in prison.
But that was as the family of one of the killers also showed real compassion, describing the situation as being beyond their worst nightmare.
Well, 16-year-old Scarlett Jenkinson, who for the first time admitted stabbing the transgender teen, will serve a minimum of 22 years.
And her accomplice, Eddie Ratcliffe, was given a minimum of 20 years.
Well, former Detective Chief Inspector Mike Neville joins us now. Morning to you, Mike. I mean, look, the sentences here are long, particularly for 16-year-olds, for children of their age. But actually, now that we know who they are and seen some of the footage, it's an even bigger nightmare than it seemed, in a way, to see these children acting in such a way.
Well, it's the fact that it was so pre-planned and organised. The idea that the amateurish, in one sense, leaving the murder plan to be found by the police, but the fact that somebody's written a murder plan at 16 years old and made a target of somebody, and then it's not only the targeting, it's the brutality of the multiple stabbings, snatching a knife off somebody. And I think what shocks people, we're very used to men and boys being violent, but when we occasionally find a woman or girl doing such wicked things, I think that's even more shocking.
They call it a folie à deux, don't they? Madness between two people. Criminal history has a lot of them, doesn't it? But very rarely is the female the one in charge. And from what we heard in the trial, it would look as though Scarlett, the girl, was very much in charge.
That's, you're absolutely right, and so we know about Myra Hindley and Ian Brady, Fred and Rose West, and what's often dreadful is that these people had never met. This thing would never have occurred. But it's just the fact that you get these two together, whatever sparks this wicked behaviour, and then, as you said, it's unusual to see the woman in the lead. But here we have that, and it's just I think that's the shocking thing. A 16-year-old girl could plan this and then carry out such an evil attack. It's just beyond comprehension. And it's how many families? That's 3 families now that are ruined by this evil deed.
I'll tell you what is interesting, though, talking of the families, Mike. I mean, yesterday we had that footage of Brianna's mum showing compassion to the families of the killers, but actually hearing as well from I think it's Scarlett's mum yesterday, it really brings home, doesn't it, how, as you say, just who is affected by this in different ways.
Yes, because you've got these families now. This is all the publicity that's been shone on them, and people will be questioning, what did these parents do to create these monsters? And the answer is they probably did nothing at all. They've probably tried their best to bring up a child in the best circumstances, and now they're facing the fact that their children will be away from them for decades. We have another family that's lost a child. No family should lose a child, but I would say here, once again, we've seen some good professional policing from Cheshire Police. They've really done well. They managed the Lucy Letby case, and now they've managed this case in seemingly a very, very professional way. And it's only a small police force, and I think some congratulations to them for bringing this matter to a successful conclusion.
And I guess we also have to pay tribute to the dignity, actually, of the families involved, particularly these 2 mothers we've heard from, Brianna's mother and Scarlett's mother, now saying the last year since their child was arrested, the last year has been a complete nightmare. But she went to the extent, in her grief, actually, of saying that how desperately sorry they as a family are to the family of Brianna and to anyone else who's been involved. And you can only imagine, now she's been named, now the 2 killers have been named, those families are going to... Well, they're victims as well, aren't they? They're going to come under such scrutiny from their community. You can imagine they're just going to have to move.
You're absolutely right, Anne, because their lives will become intolerable. People will judge them. As I said, people will wonder what they actually did for this, to create this monster when they've done nothing at all. And it's just, a nightmare for any parent, because we all expect that our children will be good and wholesome, and everything that we've taught them to be is a good person, and then to sit in court and hear what such wicked acts that your child has done. I can't believe it. I'm the father of 4 children. You couldn't believe that any of your children could do such a brutal thing.
No, it's just horrific. Look, Mike, good to see you this morning. Thank you. And I have to say, by the time I got home yesterday, and it's quite a long journey, it's for you, Anne, and got the GB News app on the phone as soon as I got home, because I knew the pictures and some of that video had been released, because I wanted to see the faces of these 2. Is that a bit gruesome? I don't know. But I was shocked. I was shocked at how baby-faced they both are.
Yeah.
They are literally kids.
Yeah, because there's so many pictures available once you know somebody's name, aren't you? Because these kids are all on their social media platforms. And Scarlett, the girl, obviously was posting all sorts of very glamorous photographs of herself, as kids of that age do. And he as well, they both look as though they came from nice families.
Yeah.
I mean, really nice families. And he's apparently intelligent, very intelligent, they say, almost genius level, some of his teachers called him. You would never think, would you? And I just, your heart bleeds for their families as well, it really does. But I just think that the two mothers, particularly that we've heard from, have shown such incredible dignity in the face of such appalling grief.
It's just...
you can't get your head... What is it about these amazing women?
Yeah, but you see, the front of the Mail, and again, there's so many questions. Front of the Mail, showing them both, and the headline is, he stabbed Brianna because he hated trans people. She just wanted to kill for fun.
Yeah.
I mean, both statements, frankly, beg a belief.
I'm not sure either whether it's useful to know their names. Are you? I'm very uneasy about it, and I don't know why, because clearly they don't deserve any compassion, but their families do.
Yes, I totally get where you're coming from with that. I really do. However, because this is so horrific, and the fact, if you read some of the plans that she'd written, saying exactly what they were going to do, there's something so disturbed about this. I sort of think we need to know who they are.
Scarlett Jenkinson's family said their lives were in turmoil, but the immediate focus is to make sure we don't do anything against the wishes of Brianna's family. They thanked Brianna's mother, and then they went on to say, we offer our sincere thanks to her for her incredible selflessness and empathy towards our family. Her compassion is overwhelming, and we are forever grateful. And then they also made it clear in their statement that they totally supported the judge's decision to make their names public.
Right.
Well, what else can you say? It just defies belief.
I think all the families here have been phenomenal, actually. And would we be able to do the same if we were in those shoes?
I don't know. Let us know what you think, particularly about those amazing families. gbviews@gbnews.com. As usual, love to hear from you.
Now, the US military launched airstrikes in Iraq and Syria yesterday, targeting more than 85 Iranian targets.
And that's as President Joe Biden claims that these strikes are just the beginning as he faces what is considered to be the most dangerous days of his presidency.
And it all comes after a deadly drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 US troops and injured 40 others.
Well, let's talk now to a former head of counter-terrorism at the MOD, Major General Chip Chapman. A very good morning to you. What are your thoughts on what's happened overnight? I mean, you know, there are some headlines and some columnists writing this is one step nearer World War III.
I don't think it's one step nearer World War III, and you need to look at the signalling on both sides for that in the last 5 days. So the first one is from the Iranian perspective. They've said that at the moment they're going to stand down Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, and that they're removing IRGC personnel from Damascus. So that's just really signalling that they're not interested in a war. Secondly, from the American perspective, they've already signaled themselves that there will be a tiered approach, and in Persian cultural norms, commensurate and proportionate retaliation will be expected and considered fair. So that will limit it both geographically and for the future in terms of what the Americans are really doing is what we call shock and withhold. So they've got a target set in both Iraq and Syria at the moment. The withhold bit is that if they wanted to, they could go and do serious damage in Iran, but they're signaling to Iran that they don't want to do that at the moment, so that Iran should desist. That doesn't mean that the Middle East isn't incredibly volatile at the moment. Indeed, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, has said that it's as dangerous as it's been since at least 1973 in the Middle East. So I don't think we're at a total war. We're at a very limited war at the moment, where both the aims, commitment, intensity, duration and resource is limited. Things can run out of kilter, but I don't think it's going to be anything like World War III. There will be re-attacks by the Americans, and they will be doing battle damage assessment as we speak to look at the target sets that they went after last night to see if they should be re-attacked again if people didn't get taken out.
I mean, Chip, forgive me, but the way you describe it almost sounds like I don't know if there is such a thing, a sort of military diplomacy.
Yeah, I think if you take from Sunday to Friday, i.e. the 5 days that before they struck, the Americans are really trying to do 3 things in that. The first one is they've got to set the diplomatic theatre. That is, they'll be liaising with allies and actually messaging Iran because you need access basing and overflight. That's complicated to get your stream in. Because the second thing, to set the theatre in military terms, they needed to use, for example, significant tanker assets from continental USA. And we now know that B-1 bombers were used, for example. And the third thing they need to do is set the target set. That is, they need to do the target development on those things they hit. That gives you your 5 days between Sunday and the attack, which happened at around 2100 GMT last night.
OK, Chip, we've got to leave it there, but good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Right, it's 6:15. Let's have a look at some of the other stories coming into the newsroom today.
Well, a man has died after falling from the Tate Modern in London. The gallery closed for the day as a mark of respect. Police say the man was pronounced dead at the scene and his death was unexpected, but not thought to be suspicious.
The TV presenter Johnny Irwin has died at the age of 50 after being diagnosed with terminal cancer in 2020. He was best known for presenting Channel 4's A Place in the Sun and the BBC's Escape to the Country. He had been open about his illness since his diagnosis in the hope of inspiring others to make the most of every day.
A group of cross-party MPs has warned the government that asylum seekers on the Bibby Stockholm are facing claustrophobic conditions. The Home Affairs Select Committee claims it could be a breach of their human rights. It comes after a Legionella outbreak on board the vessel back in December. Claustrophobic conditions.
I know, that's what I thought. I mean, and breach of their human rights. It's how long are we going to go on hearing things like that?
I mean, they've got somewhere to sleep.
Yes.
And eat.
And cameras went round the Bibby Stockholm when it was first, opened, and it's just like a cheap hotel, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, really, are we meant to be thinking about their human rights just because they're there? Is this lawyers getting involved? And I
don't know.
You just wonder.
Some people just won't be happy until they're in five-star suites.
That's right, yeah. Or just allowed free. And all of that's coming in the wake of the man who is still on the run that police are looking for in regard to the acid attack or alkaline attack or whatever it was, the corrosive substance. He's still on the run, and we learn more about him. He was a failed asylum seeker twice and then granted asylum even after he was convicted of a sexual assault.
I mean, that just
beggars belief. I mean, if that's what's going on in our immigration system, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, something's very wrong.
Something's very wrong, and can anyone put it right now, or has it gone? Apparently, he was granted asylum because it didn't involve the immigration the third time. It involved a tribunal. So it was decided by a judge. Now, how does that happen?
And was that something to do with him supposedly converting to Christianity? Because
apparently, yes. His application was supported by a Church of England priest. And even that stinks, doesn't it? Because really, if somebody's saying they're is that the business we're in? Our immigration system is converting Muslims to Christianity. And OK, that's all right, then they can stay.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
We shouldn't be deciding who can stay or not on their religion, surely.
No, but apparently that's the case. The first two applications were dealt with by the immigration authorities. And
then why wasn't he deported afterwards?
Exactly. And then he was convicted of a sexual assault and given 2 suspended jail sentences, both suspended, so still walking free, even though he came here illegally, smuggled in a lorry in 2016. And then his application, supported by a Church of England priest, went to a tribunal decided by a judge. And that's when he was granted.
The whole thing stinks, frankly.
Anyway, let us know what you think. Do you feel sorry or worried about the people on the Bibby Stockholm that maybe their human rights are being breached?
Some good news for you, some positive news. Sigh of relief, I think. The Northern Ireland Assembly will return later today after a 2-year political stalemate.
It comes after the government and the DUP came to an agreement to restore power sharing in Stormont, previously stalled because of various things, including post-Brexit trade arrangements.
Well, this will also bring about the first ever nationalist First Leader in Stormont. That's Michelle O'Neill of Sinn Féin.
Whoever would have thought that could happen? Joining us now is Dr John Coulter, a political commentator. A very good morning. It is surprising in so many ways, isn't it?
Well, good morning from a day of destiny here in Northern Ireland. But before we get carried away with all the euphoria, let's just emphasise that devolution is at the last chance saloon. Whenever the Assembly gets up and working today, it's got to work this time. No more collapses. So I think that what Michelle O'Neill and whoever is elected as her deputy from the Democratic Unionists, they've got to resurrect, in my opinion, what we would call the era of the Chuckle Brothers. Now, that might seem a bit silly, but in 2007, the firebrand DUP leader, the Reverend Ian Paisley, and the former Derry commander of the Provisional IRA, Martin McGuinness, formed the Power Sharing Executive. And in that period, starting in 2007, we saw some of the most stable devolution in Northern Ireland's history. So I think that basically Michelle O'Neill, and the hot tip for her deputy from the DUP is Emma Little-Pengelly, a very experienced DUP politician. So if we've had the era of the Chuckle Brothers, what we're now looking at is for Sister Act to make this Assembly work. That's in the short term, get the attitude right. In the long term, we're looking at reform of Stormont so as no single party can pull down Stormont again.
Are you hopeful?
I am very, very hopeful indeed. There is a mood of optimism. I think, as I said, the last chance saloon attitude that I mentioned, they know that if it doesn't work this time, the government's patience is going to run out. And let's put this day in perspective. Basically, if Sir Geoffrey hadn't been able to agree a deal and say Stormont had been mothballed, it would have slipped down the league table of importance for the Prime Minister. I mean, we've got Ukraine, we've got Yemen, we've got Gaza. One of your previous commentators mentioned about the attacks this morning by the US. We've got a situation where the Reform Party, there's lots in the Prime Minister's in tray, and we in Northern Ireland could be relegated down that league table.
Is the politics sustainable? It just seems to me so extraordinary that finally we've hopefully got Stormont working again, but the First Minister is a nationalist. I mean, what sort of First Minister is she going to be, and how difficult are the politics going to be?
Well, she's a very experienced politician. She's had a track record, even though she's come from a Republican background. And obviously, they would want to see Northern Ireland out of the Union. But I think we should put it in perspective. She will want to push this First Minister for All image, because basically Sinn Féin are facing very crucial elections. The Republic of Ireland is still in Europe, so there's European elections in the Republic of Ireland coming off later this year. Also, a general election in the Republic of Ireland is expected in the coming months. So from that point of view, she will want to put on a good image to try and convince Southern Irish voters to give Sinn Féin a chance in the Republic. So this is all about, shall we say, the choreography of future elections.
OK, John, as always, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed.
Amazing.
You've got to have hope. If you're watching in Northern Ireland this morning, get in touch. I'd love to know how you feel about all this.
Yes.
Of course, it's that very odd situation where the First Minister and Deputy First Minister from opposing parties are effectively the same job with a very slightly different title.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, they have to do everything together.
They're going to have to agree on things that you just can't. I can't quite get my head around it.
No, but if Martin McGuinness and Ian Paisley could do it,
yeah, I'll never forget that image of the Queen Elizabeth, going to meet Martin McGuinness. Do you remember shaking his hand and thinking then, what a colossal, amazing step forward that is. Some people saw it as a compromise too far, a step too far, but it was an incredible thing she did there. But to end up with the First Minister of Northern Ireland as a Republican is astonishing.
Well, let us know what you think. In the meantime, let's see what the weather's going to do for you today with Alex.
Good morning, Alex Berkel here again with your latest GB News weather forecast. It's going to be quite cloudy for many of us as we go through this weekend, and with that, some heavy rain and strong winds to watch out for. A cold front is currently pushing its way southwards. Yes, this will bring some rain, but also forms the boundary between the milder air across the south and something a little bit chillier across more northern areas. That being said, it's in the north where we're going to have the best of the sunshine today. Watch out for a scattering of showers across parts of Scotland in particular, some sleet or snow over the highest ground. Meanwhile, for much of England and Wales, a largely cloudy story, and there will be outbreaks of rain here too. Like I said, a fairly mild picture across southern areas, highs of around 13 or 14 Celsius, a bit chillier than this further north, and watch out for some blustery winds as well. Later on, and we are going to stick with the cloudy story across many southern areas, a bit more rain to come here for a time. Further north, the clear spells through the start of the night will give way as increasing amounts of cloud push their way in from the west. Still a fair few showers for parts of Scotland, and many places not seeing temperatures dropping a huge amount, especially in the south, some places staying in double figures. As we go through Sunday then, a spell of wet weather feeds in initially across parts of Northern Ireland, but then more persistent rain reaching into Scotland and Northern England. Some of this rain could be disruptive, particularly as we go through Sunday night into Monday. Drier for the bulk of England and Wales, but largely cloudy and some outbreaks of rain, with temperatures again above average for the time of year. Bye-bye.
Yes, I must say, it does feel mild at the moment. Sorry, my hair's gone all funny.
That's it?
Yeah, I can see it popping up when it shouldn't pop up.
Oh, mine does that sometimes, but only if I don't take it out the dryer in time. Now, time for our brand new Great British giveaway and your chance to win £18,000 in cash. These are the details you need.
This is your chance to win £18,000 cash in our very latest Great British giveaway. Cash to spend on anything you like. That's like having an extra £1,500 in your bank account each month for a whole year. What would you use that for? It could go towards your mortgage or rent, buy monthly treats, or just send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. For your chance to win £18,000 in tax-free cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB02 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 23rd of February. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Yeah, very good luck. Now, coming up, Camilla. She's our very own dancing queen. Find out more in just a moment.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now, if you remember, we were wishing you Happy International Golden Retriever Day, because this lady in the States has gone sort of viral for the last couple of years, inventing this thing called International Golden Retriever Day, because she loves her golden retrievers so much. And we thought, gosh, if you've got a golden retriever, how about getting in touch with your photos?
Well, loads of you got in touch with your Labrador pictures.
Oh.
What's
the difference?
No, they're not the same, but they're very similar.
OK, well, let's have a look at some of your photos then. Now, that's a retriever, isn't it? That's from Hamish. Thank you very much, Hamish. Sending in lovely photograph of Dembe.
Dembe, yeah, that is a retriever.
That's a retriever.
Because it's a bit furrier.
Yeah. But there's a bigger difference than that, though, isn't there?
Yeah. Denise has sent this picture in of Mabel.
Oh, that's
Mabel's
beautiful.
Actually, I think that's a retriever as well.
Well, yes, I think so. I think that our viewers have got it right.
Yeah.
And lastly, Gail has sent in this lovely photo of Nova. But that's
I think Nova's a lab.
Nova might be a lab, but who's that in the background as well?
I don't know.
It's a little...
Look at that.
That is a...
She's just relaxing,
Nova
waiting for the telly.
With her arm on the armrest. That is a gorgeous photograph. Thank you so much.
Lovely. So, yes, labs or retrievers. Actually, frankly, we don't care. Send them in.
Yeah.
Let's just celebrate them.
Celebrate lovely, lovely dogs. Have you found out the difference?
No, no.
There will be a difference.
I'm looking at the American Kennel Club website. So
if you know the difference, please get in touch. You'll probably be able to explain it better than me.
One is not simply a furrier version of the other,
no.
apparently. But they are very similar.
Anyway, there you go. GB Views at gbnews.com. Please enlighten us.
Yes.
But nevertheless, happy Golden Retriever Day.
Now, the Queen is apparently the greatest fan of Strictly Come Dancing. So she says.
I can imagine that, though. She was at a dance class in Cambridge, and she said, I'm your biggest fan. And she accepted an offer to take up tap dancing classes from Strictly Pro Johannes Radebi, who presented her with a pair of steel shoes.
Oh, very nice. Well, yesterday, Her Majesty talked about the importance of volunteering during the engagement. Our royal correspondent Cameron Walker has more.
I've always wanted to tap dance, so in my dotage, perhaps it's something I could take up.
The Dancing Queen, receiving her very own set of tap shoes from a Strictly star. The Queen, who attends Silver Swans classes for elderly ballet dancers, was in Cambridge yesterday, visiting the Meadows Community Centre. It opened last year and houses a cafe run by the Royal Voluntary Service. The Queen is president of the RVS and spent time with young children attending a nursery class. Then it was time to cha-cha-cha in a dance class run by the charity. Led by Strictly Come Dancing star Jojo and Love Island's Tasha Guri, who quizzed the Queen on her Love Island knowledge.
Tasha was in Love Island. Oh, no, I don't think you've mentioned it.
You do know some, don't you? Not that my children have.
Not quite a fan of the Love Island villa, Her Majesty appeared to have more passion for the Paso Doble.
The dance, it's the best exercise, and it's you know, for everybody, it's a wonderful way of just, you know, enjoying yourself.
I'm still beside myself that you watch Strictly Come Dancing.
The engagement, however, had a serious meaning behind it. and the Queen wanted to highlight the work of the Royal Voluntary Service to support communities across the country.
All the volunteers in this country, wherever I go, whatever charity I'm representing, it's always the volunteers who hold it together, and without them all, the whole country collapse. I mean, they are the backbone of this country, and I don't know what we'd do without you.
The Queen's had a packed diary this week, stepping up while the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales were out of action for different health and family issues. It's understood it's purely coincidence Her Majesty was so busy this week, appearing happy to put duty first. Now King Charles is successfully recovering from his hospital treatment at home. Cameron Walker, GB News.
I'll tell you what was interesting about that, I thought.
She's got a very deep voice.
Well, she has got a deep voice. But it's normally when you saw Queen Elizabeth doing things and she'd sort of say, oh, yes, how lovely. You'd never seem to get much out of her. Not that you could pick up on camera anyway. But obviously with that, the Queen is very chatty.
Having a proper conversation, wasn't she? It was lovely.
So it was nice. Lovely
and she's
to
right.
see her.
She's right. There's an enormous movement. I think they're called silver swans. There's a movement of slightly older ladies, if you like, taking up ballet and tap all over the country. And of course, the Queen was right, though. It's very, very good for you.
There you go.
You found it.
Silver swans.
Yeah.
And it's all
there
to
are
do
silver
with the
swans
Royal
everywhere.
It's linked to the Royal Academy of Dance.
Well, there you go.
And it helps.
Now, you wouldn't think you'd be able to take up ballet
well, there's a picture
later
of
in
fella
life.
here doing it.
Well, there you are.
Oh, there's Angela Rippon.
Well, that doesn't surprise you, does it?
No,
really? But
that doesn't surprise me at all.
no. Swan stories. If you're a silver swan, get in touch. Love to hear. But of course it's good for you. We know that. But the idea of taking up ballet in later life is sort of quite unusual, isn't it, really?
You think you'd have to be quite...
Limber.
Yes.
Well, it would get you limber, wouldn't it? Is limber a word? Have I got the right word?
I don't know.
OK.
But there you go. All right, let's see what's happening in the world of sport. Aidan McGee is here. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Good to see you.
Yeah, let's talk about Usyk versus Fury.
It was billed as the biggest fight of the year, and boxing really did not need the announcement last night, Stephen.
No.
It was already scheduled for December the 23rd. It could have happened much earlier in the year. It was believed that both camps were stalling over it. And then finally we had the date of February the 17th, and then yesterday Tyson Fury announces that he's had quite a severe cut above his eye, which is sustained during sparring, and he can no longer continue with the fight on the agreed dates. Now,
Do they have to pay penalties for that, or...?
I don't believe so, because I think it will be... They were so pleased to have the fight, Saudi, that I think it will be built into the contract that there'll be no penalties. I think it's just whether it goes ahead now. That's the only thing, because these cuts can just take so long to recover. They can take... I mean, there was an expert last night I was listening to. He was saying it can take up to a year to fully recover. Now, let's have a look at the picture, actually. We can see it. And we've got a bit of warning. It can be slightly graphic, but we'll just take a look at it now if we can.
Oh, I see. Ooh,
so that's for the
nasty.
benefit of our radio listeners. We've got a picture of Tyson Fury with the cut above his eye. But yeah, that's sustained in sparring. And
it's a cut, but it's opened a bit.
It's also a very delicate part of the eye as well. It's not...
And it's a bit that always takes...
Without doubt. And in boxing, I mean... being brutally honest, the opponent will target that. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
No question about it. It can take up to a year. He's got to be completely confident. Usyk's promoter was quite cheeky. He said, wishing you soonest recovery. God sent you a sign. Think of retirement, brother.
Oh, my God, that's a bit...
No.
But you know what? It's not in
his
it's not in his interests either for this fight not to go ahead. Huge blow for boxing. What does it mean for the rest of the division as well? I mean, Joshua versus Ngannou takes place on March the 8th. The winner of that was going to face the winner of this fight. So they're going to be hanging in the balance. Usyk might still fight. Philip Hrgovic has said that he will step in if necessary. So Usyk's training won't necessarily go to waste, but that's far from being finalised just yet. It can't be rushed into. And Fury has said in his statement yesterday he's absolutely devastated. But as I say, with all the other paraphernalia with the boxing that's happened in the last couple of years, he's had a really bad time with other sports stepping in and filling the vacuum. It's not been good.
All right, let's have a look at the Premier League, and particularly Erling Haaland. not happy at Manchester City. They won't want to let him go, will they?
Goal
machine.
Exactly. I mean, it may be in his contract that if a bid comes in from Real Madrid, he can go. I think there is some kind of stipulation in there that's placed in there by his former agent, who's now no longer with us. He's apparently, according to reports in Madrid, unhappy with he doesn't like the city, and he doesn't like the weather. Now, you know, I lived in Manchester for many years. I know what the weather's like. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but someone should at least have warned him before he got there. I would have thought.
Absolutely, you would have thought he'd sussed it out.
I'd have thought the salary might have made a difference as well. But Pep Guardiola came out fighting yesterday in the press conference, saying you'll have to ask the media in Madrid if he's unhappy. Maybe they have more info than we have. He's been out for 10 games with a foot injury. He came back against Burnley, and he hasn't looked at himself even when he's played this season. But obviously, when players are out for a period of time, he's such a key player for them as well. And with the news of Jurgen Klopp leaving at the end of the season, that was meant to be a real boost for Manchester City. They won't want this on their plate right now, and they travel to Brentford on Monday when Haaland is expected to start. And when we've got other games this weekend as well, Arsenal play Liverpool tomorrow at 12:30 at the Emirates. If Arsenal lose that, I think it'll be curtains for their title challenge. That will leave them 8 points back, even with 15 games to go. When you've got sides like Liverpool and Manchester City circling around you, Liverpool out in front, I think that might be done for Arsenal, and it's such a shame when you consider they spent all that money on players last summer.
OK. Aidan, thank you very much indeed.
Do stay with us, because we're going to find out in a couple of moments, when we look through the papers, what the Queen, Queen Elizabeth, really thought when she first met Meghan. Stay with us.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
6:42, good morning. Let's have a look at some of the front pages for you. The Times highlights an outcry over the Home Office approving the suspected attacker in that chemical corrosive substance attack, approving that asylum request.
And the Daily Telegraph says that teenage killer Scarlett Jenkinson's lust for fame led her to kill Brianna Ghey.
The Mail says that Eddie Ratcliffe killed Brianna out of hate for trans people, while Scarlett Jenkinson did it for fun.
The Sun goes completely different there and reveals a rail union boss's affair with a train driver.
Well, this keeps it in the industry. The Eye has rising pressure on the Chancellor to cut income tax to curb the cost of living.
Well, joining us to make some sense of all of that, writer and columnist Emma Wolfe and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Morning to you both.
Morning, guys.
Emma, it seems silly to ask you the question that the Times is asking. Is our asylum system broken?
I think this acid attack, or alkaline attack, sorry, this corrosive attack from Abdul Shakur Yazidi on Wednesday on this mother and two young...
Allegedly, yeah, we have to say alleged.
Yeah. I think it's really shone a light. What's come out now about this man, about his background, the fact that he applied for asylum twice and was turned down. He was approved on the third time, apparently because of converting to Christianity and on the sort of character reference, a say-so of a priest. He was also described by neighbours as a good Muslim, so whether he's, you know, this is all getting very weird. He was actually convicted, 2 years after he arrived in this country, in 2016, he was convicted of a sex attack and of exposure. So he was actually on the sex crimes register for 10 years.
He wasn't jailed, he was given a suspended sentence on both counts.
On both counts. And the fact that he has been decided... This is not a man who arrived on a boat in the middle of the night and then went and then slipped off into the darkness. He has been on the Home Office, on their radar. There is clearly something broken about the asylum system. If someone who is on their radar for various different reasons can be... Just the surveillance, the monitoring has completely failed. Whether or not you agree with immigration, whatever you feel about that, a foreign criminal, and Rishi Sunak has said, of course we don't want foreign criminals in this country. I think we can all agree that foreign criminals have no place in this country. And yet this man was granted asylum and is now on the loose.
Yeah, but to be fair, I don't know that he was a criminal before he got here. But nevertheless, it was rejected, therefore he should have been deported.
He should have been deported on the first...
When he reapplied, why didn't they say, we've already had this rejected, let's deport you? But the fact that it was... He then, after the second rejection, then committed a crime in the UK, put on the sex offenders register, and was then accepted.
On the say-so of converting to Christianity, which, I'm sorry, anybody can say that, anybody can do that, anybody knows a priest or someone who will vouch for you. And I don't see why, to be fair. I don't think there's much to be fair about it. This is a man who should have been deported at the first time. That, look, everybody is entitled to their say, and if they come here and they're applying for asylum, of course we give them a fair hearing. But this nonsense that we're drifting into about, and now Turkey's not a safe country, this is not safe. It's not our problem what is a safe country or not. We should be able, as Britain, we should be able to enforce our own laws.
I think it's 3 times too much, and I think it begs to question how many Abduls are in this country at the moment, because it only takes to these big situations to happen when everyone starts realising, oh, God, we've had someone so violent living in this country, and there's so many of them, and it's always waiting for a disaster to happen in that case. But just to give a bit of balance, because when these situations do happen, then people start looking at asylum seekers like they're all violent, and that is not the case. We cannot tarnish all of them with one brush.
No, but there should be a workable system.
But there needs to be more stringent testing when it comes to who we're allowing to live in this country.
And on Wednesday evening, they said, the police said, well, you know, it's really only a matter of hours, we'll be catching him. No, he's on the loose. He's on the loose on the Northern Line at King's Cross, you know, 2 minutes from my house. I don't want people like this going rogue and just... It's very, very easy to disappear into, you know, friends' house.
I hate sounding pessimistic always when we're talking about this stuff, but the system is broken. It's gone too far now. How do we even repair it, you know? It will take too many decades.
I just do not understand how you can appear before a court convicted of a crime, a sex crime, when you are at that stage a failed asylum seeker and they've got you. Why was he not taken and deported?
But isn't this where my point about British laws not being able to be enforced because of things like the ECHR? We are not able just to say to people, OK, we've given you a fair hearing, now it's, you know, no means no, and now you leave. I mean, a lot of people now, I won't say blood on their hands, but a lot of people now need to explain why there is a woman. OK, fortunately, the 2 daughters, their injuries are not said to be life-changing. But there is a woman who is very badly injured, who have been through a very frightening attack. And there is a man on the loose.
And she has life-changing injuries.
Life-changing injuries. That's real. It's not about
talking of things horrific, Stephanie, Brianna Ghey, her killers have been jailed for life.
And rightly so.
But what we have learned and what we are learning about them...
It's not life, it's 22 years.
Well,
minimum.
That's minimum. It's horrific what's come out about all of this.
It's sadistic, and I'm so glad that their faces and names have been unveiled, because it's the face of evil. Both of them have got the faces of evil. And I think it's also a message to other young people, because I think they're so young that I don't think they actually comprehended what they were doing, you know? And in that sense, you think to yourself that how do they live with themselves now? And they showed no remorse at all through this whole case. And it begs to question about transphobia, because that is what Eddie's motive was here. And I think when we talk about transgenderism in this country, there's always this sense of hate that comes with it. And it's led to someone like Eddie to do these kind of actions. And then also, when you look at Scarlett now, you think, how did her family not notice all these changes with her? Obviously, I don't want to say they're at fault here, but it begs to question, parents do need to be looking at their children and seeing if there are these changes of attitude. Maybe they could have picked up this.
She was looking at things from the dark web.
Yeah.
She was watching torture videos.
Yeah, and she was only 15.
Yeah.
How does a kid of 15 even get on the dark web? For heaven's sake.
Brianna's parents have been quite almost forgiven in all this situation, you know, not wanting their family to be, the other side's family to be named.
Yeah, and really not wanting them to suffer.
Yeah.
Any more than they have to, which is remarkable.
The father said, Brianna's father has been saying he didn't want them to have an identity. He didn't see why they should be named, because it's not about them. And look, I don't even want to look at the screen. I don't even want to see their faces. It isn't about them. I don't want them to become these Hollywood, you know, Myra Hindley kind of types. And actually, it should be about Brianna, who's lost her life. When I say it's not life, I don't think it is life. They are now, what, 16, 17? They will be freed, probably, in their late 30s. They have their whole lives ahead of them, and Brianna's life is over now.
Well, yes, and look, there's a very valid point to that. They will only be released if they are deemed to be of no further threat, but they will still be, and I know people will not have any sympathy with this, but I have dealt with people in a similar situation. They come out on a life licence. They cannot just go about and live an ordinary life when they come out. They're on a life licence. They'll be very tightly controlled with probation and all the rest of it, weekly visits, curfews.
Stop Venables reoffending.
No, being given a new identity.
It doesn't guarantee that they won't reoffend, but it's not like just being free. It's not. They don't enjoy the freedoms
I'm not suggesting that, but they have.
I don't think people like that should ever step out of prison.
No, well,
they deserve to rot in prison and die in prison.
Well, there's a very real chance with these two. They could be in prison for the rest of their lives.
But you see, they're so young. You know, now that they're actually being jailed, they're actually going to think of their actions, and 20 years from now, they would be changed people.
They may be, they may not be. And what do we do with them in prison? It almost begs the question, what's the point of locking someone up for the whole of their lives? What is the actual point, at a cost of £60,000 approximately to the taxpayer a year? What are we doing?
As opposed to
I know, and I'm not in favour of the death penalty, but I'm just saying it does beg that question. What's the point? Unless we are going to reform, rehabilitate, really change people.
But that is the point.
And I kind of go with that we could... At this age, we could... But do they deserve that? It's such a difficult issue on every side.
Again, it's that changing of mind, because they're so young, 16, 17. I don't think they were really thinking about their actions, you know? Most teenagers don't.
I think 15 is old enough to know better, and when you listen...
know better, but...
when you listen to Jamie Bulger's mother, Denise Fergus, talking, and that was 30 years ago, when you listen to her and you see her, she did an interview yesterday, she was still welling up with tears, and that's 30 years on. It is a life sentence for Brianna's family for losing a child in that way.
But it's it's a bigger. That then becomes a bigger discussion. Right? Is the criminal justice system meant to be about punishment and reform, or is it meant to be about vengeance?
I know.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different thing. And I know some of you will say, well, it's about vengeance.
Yeah, you never...
But you know, that's the debate which has to be had.
But you don't get vengeance once your child has been murdered.
No,
there's no vengeance whatsoever.
But that is why I think it's particularly interesting in cases like this, when Brianna's mother came out and she said she's got no sympathy for the killers. But she is showing huge amounts of sympathy for their families. Now, that's an attitude which I think is remarkable, but should be applauded, because she's showing a real sense of soul there.
And it is interesting as well, I mean, because today we've heard from the girl, Scarlett Jenkinson's mother, who has said that they released a statement saying the last year has just, since our child was arrested, we have just been through horror. But we are not thinking about ourselves, we're thinking about Brianna's family. And I don't know, the dignity from that family. But you're right. How did they not know their daughter was on the dark web?
This is a bigger question about children, especially through the pandemic, being in their bedrooms, staring at screens. And you say, how do they get onto the dark web? It's probably, I mean, I wouldn't know, but it's not that hard. And lots of things, age, you know, identity checks are not being done online, and that's the other
14, 15, should you not be asking your child to show them your phone, to you know,
would you go through it? Would you know what you were looking for an onion router and all that sort of thing?
But the thing is, I think a lot of young people are living secret lives now, thanks to, you know, social media and all this access that they've got to online. And all these topics about, you know, being transgender, all these different things are uncomfortable conversations we don't have in society. All they see is on the front pages of a transgender being blasted, and it just creates all these thoughts in people's heads. And
Scarlett Jenkinson had been expelled from at least 2 schools, which is why she ended up at this school's special unit, which is how she got to know Brianna. She'd actually tried to poison a couple of other pupils. And they knew that the previous school had known this, and yet the school that had taken her on had not been told.
I know, it's really...
it's just appalling, the whole story.
It is terrible.
But I don't...
It is just absolutely terrible. The whole thing is just such a shocking thing.
But I agree with Stephen about Brianna's mother just showing, and I think she was ready to forgive them, but they just showed no remorse. Imagine being that... Amazing. That is amazing to be able to even extend the thought of forgiveness towards 2 people who've done that.
That's
the only way we can go on, really.
There is a lesson for all of us in that, because I think we can be swept up in hate far too easily. Anyway, look, we need to leave there. We've only got through 2 stories, but 2 very big stories. Emma, Stephanie, thanks very much indeed.
Let's find out about the weather. Here's Alex Burkill.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, Alex Burkill here again with your latest GB News weather forecast. It's going to be quite cloudy for many of us as we go through this weekend, and with that, some heavy rain and strong winds to watch out for. A cold front is currently pushing its way southwards. Yes, this will bring some rain, but also forms the boundary between the milder air across the south and something a little bit chillier across more northern areas. That being said, it's in the north where we're going to have the best of the sunshine today. Watch out for a scattering of showers across parts of Scotland in particular, some sleet or snow over the highest ground. Meanwhile, for much of England and Wales, a largely cloudy story, and there will be outbreaks of rain here too. Like I said, a fairly mild picture across southern areas, highs of around 13 or 14 Celsius, a bit chillier than this further north, and watch out for some blustery winds as well. Later on, and we are going to stick with the cloudy story across many southern areas, a bit more rain to come here for a time. Further north, the clear spells through the start of the night will give way as increasing amounts of cloud push their way in from the west. Still a fair few showers for parts of Scotland, and many places not seeing temperatures dropping a huge amount, especially in the south, some places staying in double figures. As we go through Sunday then, a spell of wet weather feeds in initially across parts of Northern Ireland, but then more persistent rain reaching into Scotland and Northern England. Some of this rain could be disruptive, particularly as we go through Sunday night into Monday. Drier for the bulk of England and Wales, but largely cloudy and some outbreaks of rain, with temperatures again above average for the time of year. Bye-bye.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show, every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 3rd of February. Today.
Scarlett Jenkinson, for the murder of Brianna Ghey, I set the minimum term at 22 years, less the 352 days that you have spent on remand.
From one mother to another, the family of the girl who brutally murdered 16-year-old Brianna Ghey break their silence, claiming the situation has been beyond their worst nightmare.
It's the third day today for the manhunt looking for the suspect in the substance attack as police discover containers with corrosive warnings during a raid in Newcastle.
The US bombs 85 Iranian targets in Iraq and Syria as Biden faces some of the toughest days of his presidency to date.
And the two-year political stalemate in Northern Ireland comes to an end as the government is restored today, with Sinn Féin's Michelle O'Neill becoming the first ever nationalist leader.
The Queen reveals she's Strictly's greatest fan as she gets a lesson from one of the show's pro dancers.
Good morning. It's lunchtime in India, but can England build on a solid start with a bat in the second test? In rugby, the Six Nations is underway. England are underway against Italy, I should say, later on in Rome, while Ireland laid down a marker in Paris. More later.
Whilst it will be quite mild for many of us this weekend, sunshine will be at a premium with lots of clouds, some wet and windy weather at times too. I'll have the details shortly.
Morning to you, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
I just noticed that. What's that on the front of the Daily Star? The price of love, £6 a day.
£9.67 a day.
What's that
The price of love. The cost of falling in love is £9.67 a day, according to Not Very Romantic Boffins. Everything on the front page of the Star is about boffins. People who are still waiting for Mr. Why is it costing that much? Hang on a minute. Now you've pointed it out, I've got to know.
That's £70 a week. Why are we spending £70 a week?
Oh, well, I'll tell you. The cost of true love has been revealed, and it will set you back £3,500 a year.
Oh.
Surprise gifts come to around £89 a year on average for couples, whilst romantic weekends cost £713.
Oh, we don't do that.
And lovers fork out £439 on candlelit dinners and £418 on drinks together to keep the spark alive.
You've got to spend all that money to keep the spark alive. You're wasting your money.
Hang on, what does the Star say? The Star says, "Money can't buy me love," sang the Beatles back in 1964. Rich or poor, aristocrat or pauper, you can always find love, because love should cost nothing.
Yeah, well, there you go. So I want to hear from you on that this morning.
Right, how much does love cost you?
Yeah, if you've got to pay for love, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, but you go away and you do romantic things like that, don't you?
Yeah, but it's...
Well, if you costed that, it would come out at more than £9.67 a day, probably, wouldn't it? I mean, just a meal together.
very confusing. Also, it's International Golden Retriever Day.
Yes.
So if you've got a golden retriever or a lab, actually, we'd love to see your.
And we still want to know what the difference is between a golden lab and a golden retriever.
Yeah, I still haven't read up on that.
No, but if you know, please let us know. And we'd love to see your pictures of your lovely golden retrievers. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Now, let's talk about the
manhunt.
The manhunt that's underway. It's 3 days now since that attack in which 9 people were injured, 5 police officers, members of the public, and the mother and 2 daughters. Now, we believe she has very serious injuries. Thankfully, the 2 daughters' injuries aren't as serious as first thought.
Which is astonishing when you think about it, because the video, the CCTV video that we saw of the attack shows a man, the suspect, apparently throwing one of the children repeatedly onto the ground, picking her up again and then throwing her back on the ground. And my fear was that it may not be the corrosive substance that will have hurt her so much as being so terribly, cruelly treated.
Yeah.
You'd think she'd have sustained broken bones. But apparently, the latest medical news is that the 2 children are not as badly injured as was first feared, but the mum really and truly is.
Yeah, but anyway, what happens in terms of this ongoing search? Let's talk to former Met Police Detective Chief Superintendent Kevin Hurley, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning, Kevin. It seems remarkable that there have been lots of sightings of this man on the tube and other places, lots of CCTV in London, but we still haven't got him.
Yeah, I mean, the fear must be that he has either gone into hiding or is being hidden by friends or relatives, or alternatively, he's killed himself. Because where he comes from, culturally, because I've worked in Afghanistan, a couple of tours in Kabul, the view of some elements of the Afghan community is that women are lesser mortals than dogs. So if he's with a group of Afghans who think he's quite rightly punished potentially someone who was in a relationship, they will almost see nothing wrong with what he's done. So he could be being hidden there. Or alternatively, he's taken his own life. And in which case, it's going to be difficult to find him. It all comes down to you're doing a great job keeping up interest in this shocking crime, because it will be the public who will spot him, because he can't hide very well with that big burn mark. It appears to be a burn mark on the side of his face. And if I say one thing, is if that's what he's done to himself, imagine what the poor mother of his children look like, if they are children, who's been the victim of that. So I really would encourage people to come forward and say, have you seen someone who looks like him?
Well, allegedly.
Yes,
Kevin,
we have to say allegedly at the moment.
Got to be, as you know very well, we've got to be very careful with this. He's not been convicted of anything yet, but he is obviously a person of incredible interest to the police at the time. Talking of cases which have shocked us, the Brianna Ghey situation now, and with these 2 people being the 2 killers, these 2 children, frankly, being named and pictured. Was that the right decision, do you think, that we now know who these people are? It is the most shocking case when you really look through the details.
Yeah, I mean, I think for that reason alone, it was the right thing to do. What they've done is horrendous. The ringleader, which is the girl, got 22 years, and the other guy got 20 years for their conspiracy to do what they did. A horrendous attack. In technical terms, we'd call it a blitz attack. Such were the number of blows struck on this poor girl. And I think, yes, why not? As part of their sentence, it's in the public interest for justice to be seen to be done, and them not to sneak away into the dark and not be known for what they've done. So I agree with it. There is a case, I think, where, and we talked about it earlier on this week on GB News, about victims and the victims' families justice being seen to be done. The family have got a right for justice to be seen to be done on behalf of Brianna, and I think it's a good thing that the judge has made that decision.
And on the other hand, I think Brianna's father said he doesn't want them to be famous, and releasing their names and their pictures, and they're all over the front pages today, has made them famous. And he didn't want that. He wanted, you know, our last thoughts to be of Brianna and Brianna's image. So does he not have a point?
I think he does, but in fact what they are is infamous as opposed to famous. I mean, it's a balance. He does have a point. He quite right. He's got a sense he wants to grieve, and perhaps he will never put it behind him, but start to forget it. But I think society also demands that justice is seen to be done.
Yeah, well, I think most people would agree with that, to be fair. Kevin Hurley, good to see you. Thanks very much. We're going to be debating that a little bit later on, actually, whether, you know, the images of in effect, child killers should be released.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because those images do live on. I mean, Venables and Thompson, who killed James Bulger, we don't know what they look like as adults, do we? But we all remember their pictures. Myra Hindley, for instance, by the time she died in prison, she didn't look anything like the photograph, the only photograph we knew. I don't know. I worry about the fact that those images are all over the papers today. Hopefully they won't be tomorrow. We need to remember Brianna.
Yeah. Now, the US military have launched airstrikes in Iraq and Syria yesterday. You might ask why. Well, they were hitting Iranian targets there, more than 85 of them.
And President Joe Biden has claimed that these strikes are just the beginning, as he faces what might well be considered to be one of the most dangerous days of his presidency.
It all comes, of course, after that deadly drone attack in Jordan. 3 US troops were killed, 40 others were injured.
Yeah, and President Biden did actually say, we will retaliate at our time and choosing. We're joined by military historian and defence analyst Chris Newton. Chris, it's difficult because some commentators in the papers today are saying this takes us one step nearer World War III. It is quite a dangerous step for the president to have taken.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a big attack, as you say, 85 targets. And yes, there's quite a range of targets there. But on the other hand, Biden has, you know, gone out of his way to kind of limit the escalatory nature of the strikes. So, for example, he's given the Iranians or the Revolutionary Guards enough time for their personnel to get out of Iraq and Syria. And also these attacks are precision attacks. They're against military targets, command centres, intelligence centres, weapons storage facilities and so forth. So yes, this is a rung on the escalatory ladder, but Biden, you know, Biden is not out, or at least he says he's not out to making this into a wider Middle Eastern conflict.
Is that why he's targeted these installations in other countries rather than attacking the installations within Iran itself?
Yeah. So, I mean, there are a series of options open to Biden. Some people will call him for Biden to attack kind of Iranian targets, even naval targets or indeed inside Iran. But as I mentioned, Biden is interested in... He needs to retaliate against the attack on Tower 22, but at the same time, he's doing this balancing act between maintaining US credibility, but also limiting the opportunities for escalation, and that's why he's limiting the attack to Iraq and Syria.
It's interesting, isn't it, that the airstrikes were carried out by planes that flew direct from America. They weren't launched from the aircraft carriers nearer. Why?
I mean, it could be. I mean, that's open to speculation. I mean, it could be the nature of the munitions that would use.
Or is he is the president just proving a point? We can get to you even from as far away as the US?
Yeah, that's potentially another reason as well. Yeah, so there's Biden has a range of options and
he's using them, as he said. Yeah.
OK. Chris, thanks very much indeed. Now, the Northern Ireland Assembly will return later today, believe it or not. It's very hard to believe after a 2-year political stalemate.
And all of it comes after the government and the DUP did come to an agreement to restore power sharing in Stormont, previously stalled due to a number of reasons, as there always are in Northern Ireland, but also post-Brexit trade arrangements.
Now, what is interesting is it's going to bring about the first ever nationalist First Minister in Stormont, Michelle O'Neill of Sinn Féin.
Extraordinary, isn't it? We're joined now by former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire. Hello, Scarlett.
Hi.
Over all of the years that we've been experiencing the troubles and everything else from Northern Ireland and the political problems and everything, I just find it so extraordinary that the new First Minister of Northern Ireland is a Republican. I can't quite get my head around that.
She was elected. I think this is the most important thing to say is how Northern Ireland has changed. We and the people of Northern Ireland have to be so grateful about how it has changed, that it's now a peaceful place. I was listening to the actor Jamie Doran talking about what it was like being brought up in Belfast, and he said, it was fine, it was good, but of course you arranged to meet your pals on a Saturday, and probably there'd be a bomb scare and you couldn't go in. It is a completely different place, and I think that the Good Friday Agreement has totally changed it. And actually, part of the Good Friday Agreement, of course, is the power sharing. I think that it's interesting that Michelle O'Neill will be the First Minister. You talk about her being Sinn Féin. Actually, on a personal level, it's quite interesting. So Sinn Féin the MPs will not take their seats in Britain because they won't do the oath of allegiance. And yet, on a personal thing, when she met King Charles, after his mother had died, she really said how awful it must be for him. People in Northern Ireland noticed just how much. So nothing is personal, everything is political. What's fascinating is, so she's the First Minister, and the person who will probably be her power sharing from the DUP, Emma Little Pengelly. Both of them had fathers who were really ultra. So Michelle O'Neill, her father was in jail for IRA. Emma Little Pengelly, her father was arrested because he was smuggling arms. Wow. Intervene. So actually, it shows what can happen, and I think people really think that the two of them could get on.
Well, frankly, you better had. Because this is Last Chance Saloon, isn't it?
Oh, for the sake of the people of Northern Ireland, they desperately need a government.
They can't get anything done.
They can't get anything done. Hospital waiting lists. The British government is putting a few million in, but actually, it is appalling. It's dreadful that it's been so long, and it's 2 years, and it's gone from routine checks to no routine checks. And the DUP is still. They are not a united party about this one.
No, at least we've seen some progress.
I
think. Thank you very much indeed, Scarlett. It's a step in the right direction. You just got to hope it holds. So, as Scarlett quite rightly said, for the people of Northern Ireland.
Yeah, well, they absolutely something's got to be done. Anyway, we'll move on. 17 minutes past 7. Now, the Queen, Camilla that is, admitted to being the greatest fan of Strictly Come Dancing during a visit to a dance class in Cambridge.
Yeah, she also accepted an offer, supposedly.
How nice.
To take up tap dance classes from Strictly Pro Johannes Radibi, who presented her with a pair of steel-shod shoes.
I wonder if she'll ever wear them. Our royal correspondent, Cameron Walker, has more.
I've always wanted to tap dance, so in my dotage, perhaps it's something I could take up.
The Dancing Queen, receiving her very own set of tap shoes from a Strictly star. The Queen, who attends Silver Swans classes for elderly ballet dancers, was in Cambridge yesterday, visiting the Meadows Community Centre. It opened last year and houses a cafe run by the Royal Voluntary Service. The Queen is president of the RVS and spent time with young children attending a nursery class. Then it was time to cha-cha-cha in a dance class run by the charity. Led by Strictly Come Dancing star Jojo and Love Island's Tasha Guri, who quizzed the Queen on her Love Island knowledge.
Tasha was in Love Island. I don't think you've mentioned it.
You do know some. Don't do it. Not that my children have.
Not quite a fan of the Love Island villa, Her Majesty appears to have more passion for the Paso Doble.
The adults, it's the best exercise, and it's you know, for everybody, it's a wonderful way of just, you know, enjoying yourself.
I'm still beside myself that you watch Strictly Come Dancing.
The engagement, however, had a serious meaning behind it, and the Queen wanted to highlight the work of the Royal Voluntary Service to support communities across the country.
All the volunteers in this country, wherever I go, whatever charity I'm representing, it's always the volunteers who hold it together, and without them all, the whole country collapses. I mean, they are the backbone of this country, and I don't know what we'd do without you.
The Queen's had a packed diary this week, stepping up while the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales were out of action for different health and family issues. It's understood it's purely coincidence Her Majesty was so busy this week, appearing happy to put duty first. Now King Charles is successfully recovering from his hospital treatment at home. Cameron Walker, GB News.
I've just had a tweet from Judy.
Hello, Judy.
About golden retrievers and Labradors.
Oh, yes.
Though it's not much of a difference. Golden retrievers have long snouts for extra sniffing, feathery and soft coats, and they're beige, honey or red. Labradors have wide snouts for extra sniffing, sleek and soft coats, and they're beige, brown or black.
Well, that's not very different at all.
Not much of a difference, is it?
There must be a genetic difference, mustn't there?
Yeah. Well, there you go. Thank you, Judy.
Yeah, we were wondering. The reason we're wondering is because it is International Golden Retriever Day today, and already some of you have been sending in your lovely photographs of your retrievers or your labs, golden or otherwise as well. Actually, we love a dog photograph. But it is International Golden Retriever Day, and if you've got one, we'd love to see a picture, please. And if you can explain better the difference between a golden retriever and a golden lab, then we'd love to know that too.
Yes, we would.
gbviews@gbnews.com.
Now it is, would you believe it or not, warmer than average at the moment.
It is mild.
It is mild, but still, it's hardly lovely, is it? Anyway, with all the details for wherever you are in the UK, here's Alex.
Good morning, Alex Berkel here again with your latest GB News weather forecast. It's going to be quite cloudy for many of us as we go through this weekend, and with that, some heavy rain and strong winds to watch out for. A cold front is currently pushing its way southwards. Yes, this will bring some rain, but also forms the boundary between the milder air across the south and something a little bit chillier across more northern areas. That being said, it's in the north where we're going to have the best of the sunshine today. Watch out for a scattering of showers across parts of Scotland in particular, some sleet or snow over the highest ground. Meanwhile, for much of England and Wales, a largely cloudy story, and there will be outbreaks of rain here too. Like I said, a fairly mild picture across southern areas, highs of around 13 or 14 Celsius, a bit chillier than this further north, and watch out for some blustery winds as well. Later on, and we are going to stick with the cloudy story across many southern areas, a bit more rain to come here for a time. Further north, the clear spells through the start of the night will give way as increasing amounts of cloud push their way in from the west. Still a fair few showers for parts of Scotland, and many places not seeing temperatures dropping a huge amount, especially in the south, some places staying in double figures. As we go through Sunday then, a spell of wet weather feeds in initially across parts of Northern Ireland, but then more persistent rain reaching into Scotland and Northern England. Some of this rain could be disruptive, particularly as we go through Sunday night into Monday. Drier for the bulk of England and Wales, but largely cloudy and some outbreaks of rain, with temperatures again above average for the time of year. Bye-bye.
And on top of that, it's time for the Great British Giveaway. You really could be our next winner. 18 grand in cash from us. Tax-free. Fancy a chance to win it? Here's all the details you'll need.
This is your chance to win £18,000 in tax-free cash. That's like having an extra £1,500 each month for the next year. And if you're thinking, I'd never win something like that, listen to the moment we told Phil from West Yorkshire he'd won our last Great British Giveaway.
Phil, I've got some really good news for you. You're the winner of the Great British Giveaway.
You're joking. That's brilliant news.
For your chance to win £18,000 in tax-free cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB02 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 23rd of February. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. I'm just reading in the Star that seems to be reading a lot out of the Star this morning.
You must be in that sort of mood.
The pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Giza, were super advanced technologies communicating with aliens.
Oh, people have said that about the pyramids
for a long time. I know, but there's got to be something in it, hasn't there?
Why?
Because you look at they've got the giant shafts on the sides that align with Orion, Aldebaran, Arcturus, and all these other star systems on specific time frames.
But that's why they built them like that.
Yeah, but how would they know back then?
Well, because they could see them in the sky.
Yeah,
so they built the shaft going up the pyramid so that they could, that's how the soul of the pharaoh would go up to.
Yeah, but some of they were so specific, weren't they?
Yeah, but they were clever astronomers.
They were transmitting on the hydrogen frequency to those star systems.
Oh yeah.
It's like Stargate. You ever watched that?
Yes.
That was all based on.
Yeah, a load of rubbish, but a very good series.
You could be right.
Oh, come on. I do. Come on. Well, stick with us because all over the papers today are these two young murderers of Brianna Ghey. And their faces live in infamy now, don't they? As well as their names. But the question is, should they have been named? Do you think that's the right thing to do? We'll be debating that next. Do stay with us.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together. For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel. I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQs Live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQs Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
7:29, morning to you. Now, the teenage killers, Scarlett Jenkinson and Eddie Ratcliffe, were named yesterday as the murderers of 16-year-old Brianna Ghey.
Now, some say we should be careful about naming perpetrators, especially when they're minors. Others believe revealing their identity should be part of their punishment. So we're debating today, should they have been named?
Well, we've got a lawyer and academic, Anthony Miller. Have we got him? It's just dropped out, so we'll try and get that back. Oh, good old internet. In the meantime, let's talk to media commentator Paula London. Good to see you, Paula. Oh, and I think we've got Anthony as well. There we go.
Oh,
so
everyone's there.
So there we go. Paula, let's start with you. What's your view on this?
I think they should be named. For some reason in this country, we protect criminals too much. Our legal system used to be the envy of the world. Now it's laughed at around the world. The only thing I do worry about, these killers were particularly evil and they may enjoy the notoriety. So that worries me, and they could receive a lot of letters, etc., in jails. So I'm hoping that they won't be able to read all of these letters, because then they'll never be able to be rehabilitated if they're being praised for their disgusting actions. But they should be named 100%.
Anthony Miller, what do you think?
Yes, good morning. First of all, the first thing I would say is that our legal system is not laughed at around the world. It's a ridiculous thing to say. However, what I think's really important, and what you did touch on, is we're making pop stars out of teen murderers now. I mean, we have, two teenagers who were absolutely obsessed with the murder of Brianna. They were accessing dark places in the internet via VPNs to watch murders on video. You have now just given teen people with those same views celebrities to look up to, people to become. So I most certainly would not ever have named them. I wouldn't have given them the notoriety that they seek. Certainly not.
There's an argument, though, isn't there? I mean, say talk about the notoriety and what have you, but when a crime is this heinous, don't we need to know? It's very odd to put it into words, isn't it? But isn't there a sense that we really need to know who these people are in our society? One day they could very well be out, and there's a sense, isn't there, Anthony, that we just need to know. We need to understand them and what's gone wrong.
I can absolutely understand the motivation for wanting to know. And when we look at that legal test of public interest versus interesting to the public, then I think it does become quite a wide debate. I mean, and just to clarify, the judge hasn't done anything wrong. The law was there to do this. So this is not an argument against the judge at all. But I think as a society, what have you gained from knowing their names? What in any way has changed for you by knowing their names? But for them, everything has changed. Why would they rehabilitate? They now have an image. They now have a reputation to wear and to live up to. Why would they ever want to rehabilitate?
Well, 20 to 22 years or so is a long time for them to change. I mean, Paula, you think it's right to name them, and it may give them a very hard time in whatever institution they end up in.
Yes.
Do you think that's a good thing?
I think it's a good thing, because it's quite interesting. Even heinous criminals, some crimes they think are a lot worse, especially killing a 16-year-old girl. So the guy especially, when his inmates could be very, very angry with him. So That is something. So they could face extra punishment in jail, per se, because they've been named. But it's very interesting about when a lot of these killers, if they are released after 22 years and 20 years, if they get a new identity, because some people say they need that to try to move on with their lives. And then if we look at James Bulger's killers, Venables especially, these guys only did 8 years as well. I know there were 10 when they committed the murders, but 8 years is nothing. And Venables was recalled twice to jail. He's now in jail. He was given a new identity, but was very proud of his crimes and was telling people his real names. So why should we give people new identities?
But forgive me, Paul, that's our failing, isn't it? In the sense that I'm not trying to advocate on behalf of Venables at all. However, if he's come out proud of what he's done, I mean, the rehabilitation in the system hasn't worked in his case, has it?
But why are we bothering as a country to spend a fortune trying to rehabilitate people that can't be rehabilitated and spend a lot of money giving them a new identity when they're not appreciative and they don't actually want to move on with their lives? As I say, we're too soft in this country.
It's interesting, isn't it, Anthony, that Brianna's father thinks it's wrong for them to be named because it's making them famous. And whilst they probably now will never see the newspapers about them, in the end they will hear that they were on every front page and they may well enjoy their fame.
Absolutely. And I think, wasn't it Brianna's mum the day before sentencing had actually given a press statement calling for compassion for the families, actually, of these two teenagers as well. I mean, they're astounding as parents. But I absolutely agree with the father. I mean, the only name that we should know should be Brianna's. These people should have absolutely nothing upon which to get any enjoyment. And you talk about when they go into prison. I no doubt that they will face some adversity when they're in there, but they're arriving as prolific murderers. How very cool for them, right? They're going in there with a reputation, and that's a reputation they're going to have to live up to. So they're going to have to keep that going. So I don't think it's a good idea. I understand why people would be interested. I just don't see the value added from knowing their names. They're X and Y as far as I'm concerned.
OK. Well, look, we've got to leave it there. Good to see you both this morning. It's such a tough one. And I find it very difficult to argue opposite sides in this because I know there'll be people watching and listening saying, are you showing sympathy for these two?
No.
It's not a case of that at all. It's just trying to work your way
figure out whether this is the best thing to do. The judge obviously thought it was the right thing to do.
I don't know.
The parents of Scarlett Jenkinson said they agreed with the judge's decision to let the names be known. But the fact is that those parents have been through hell. All of the parents have been through hell. And that hell will go on now that you're known to be the parents of those awful killers.
Are we just ghoulish in wanting to know? I mean, I wanted to see them. I wanted to know who it was.
Did you?
But yeah. But I wonder if is that just ghoulish fascination?
See, I agree with Brianna's dad that we should never have seen their faces, and we never should ever again. It's Brianna that's important, not them.
Well, interesting.
But justice has to be seen to be done.
Yeah. Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.com. Time for the sport. Aidan McGee is here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Yeah, all right.
Good.
What's going on with the rugby then? Let's start with a bit of that.
Oh, without doubt. Well, it started last night, actually. I mean, we had pre-tournament favourites France hosting Ireland. Ireland pulled off a hell of a result over there. France, as I say, strong favourites before the tournament gets underway. Ireland hit 5 tries last night, a 38-17 win, their first win against France away from home since 2018, their biggest win ever away in Paris. We talk about France being the pre-tournament favourites. I think that result alone last night makes Ireland the pre-tournament, or not pre-tournament, the tournament started, isn't it? But they are now installed as the favourites. In my view, I think they'll go on to win the Six Nations. France did have a man sent off.
Prediction already?
Prediction already? You know I like a prediction. And you know,
it's very early on.
Yeah, but you know the rules, you know don't remind. I'll remind you if I get it right. Okay.
Right, okay.
Don't bring it back. Don't bring it back later on if I get it wrong. But no, I do think they look very good. I mean, Ireland flattered to deceive at the World Cup. This is the first meaningful rugby union we've seen since the World Cup back in the autumn. England did very well last World Cup. Actually, they had quite an easy or favourable route to the semi-final, but nobody expects them to go there, especially after their preparation. And they're in action today. England, of course, in Rome at 4:15 against Italy. They've never lost to Italy, so everything's on the line, but they have lost their last 4 openers in the Six Nations.
Well, this is going to be interesting because they got off to a slow start in the World Cup, didn't they? I mean, that was the whole thing. It was all they're slow starting, but they had a sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Trajectory.
Yeah, they certainly had an improvement. Yeah, well, the opening game was pretty decent. They turned it around, having been a man down. But having said that, I didn't predict semi-final appearance before the tournament, and as I say, they did get a slightly favourable route through to the semi-final, but you can only beat what's in front of you. I think England are in a reasonable place now. Owen Farrell has declared himself unavailable for selection, which is the blow because he's the captain. He's concentrating on his mental well-being, and he's being replaced by
Jamie George, is it?
That's Jamie George. Yeah, exactly. So he wants some more intensity going into this tournament, but there's a subplot to this as well, because some academics said yesterday, as you'll know, that rugby is a form of child abuse.
Yes.
Because parents are being gaslit by the rugby sporting federations into believing that there is no side effects in terms of brain injury from playing rugby. Boris Johnson, though, has hit back in today's Daily Mail, saying rugby doesn't risk young people's lives, it can save them. Don't let the finger-wagging twaddle merchants of Weedy Wetsville University tell you otherwise. I've never seen Weedy Wetsville on any
it does a lot of research into this, Weedy Wetsville. Yeah.
On any UCAS list that I've seen.
What was it? I thought it was Oxford or somewhere, wasn't it, that came out with this?
It was Minnesota, wasn't it, or something like that?
It was a... I've got the full name of it here, actually. Let's have a look.
Well, I tell you what.
Let's have a look, because it's quite a bit of a mouthful, so it might take us to the break. Let's find it here. It was... wait a sec.
Too many notes.
Can we find it? Yes, here we go. It was from the Sports Ethics and Philosophy Journal of the British Philosophy of Sport.
All right.
So, nice and pithy.
Weedy Westville University.
Yeah.
Falling off your stool.
Anyway, Aidan, we've got to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. You wait all the time finding Weedy Westville. There you go.
Stick with us. We're going to look through the newspapers in just a couple of moments.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Loads of you getting in touch at 7:44 with your dog pictures. It says Labrador, but I can't...
No, it's International Golden Retriever Day.
So I don't know if you've sent in Labradors or Golden Retrievers.
Well, let's have a look.
This is Karen, who sent Tilly. Now, that is a lab.
That is Tilly. That's a lab.
But beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. And Patricia has sent in this one of Devon. Oh, now... Golden Retriever.
I think so, yeah.
Quite dark gold as well. Lovely picture, thank you.
And Julia, I don't know if this is right. No, this can't be right, because it says Julia has sent in a picture of Julia. But you can't name a dog after yourself.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. But it's still a beautiful dog. Thank you so much.
That is a Golden Retriever.
Yeah.
Either Julia the dog or Julia the owner, whichever way it is. Very good.
It's all very confusing. It's International Golden Retriever Day, so particularly if you're a Golden Retriever owner...
Oh, the dog's called Lizzie.
Oh, the dog's Lizzie. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
There we go, I'm being told. There we go. All right, let's have a look through the papers then this morning with writer and columnist Emma Wolfe and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's kick off with what's going on in the Middle East, Emma, with these US strikes overnight.
I'm not even a doggy person, and I have to say those dogs were absolutely very, very sweet. Yeah, so the US has been launching further airstrikes in Syria and Iraq, obviously in retaliation for those drone strikes last weekend in Jordan. That was an attack on an American airbase, which killed 3 soldiers. And Joe Biden has been talking very tough. He's been saying, if you harm an American, we will respond. He's absolutely...
And he's stuck to his word.
He's absolutely, he's doing what he said he's doing. It's very clear that these strikes are going to be the first of several more against these Iranian-backed militia in the region. Also this weekend, Anthony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, is arriving in the region. He's trying to secure...
He has, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas. So it's just an incredibly fraught time, and,
There are some headlines today suggesting that an agreement between Hamas and Israel is looking a little bit more likely when it comes to the releasing of hostages.
Yeah.
I don't know how true that is, whether that's just wishful thinking, but it's there in quite a few of the newspapers today.
Yes, it is, and we have to hope that there is some substance to that, but of course it's just such a kind of difficult situation at the moment. I mean, Netanyahu has been talking really tough and, only a few days ago saying, if people aren't with us, if the Allies aren't going to stand with us, if people have changed their minds since October the 7th, we haven't changed ours. And what he vowed on October the 7th and 8th was basically, I'm going to eliminate Hamas. Well, how do you do that when Hamas is an ideology, not just a bunch of fighters? When you are creating, every single day, you are creating more Hamas believers and adherents, aren't you?
Yeah, and it appears that every square inch of Gaza is Hamas infiltrated, at least.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
And the suffering of people on both sides, but the suffering of
you
people.
just don't see no end in sight. No. You know, just every time I understand why some people are just put off watching the news now, because it's just so much. All you're hearing is constant war, more strikes, and you just think to yourself, when is this all going to end? It's just, it feels like it's just escalating everywhere you're looking.
We are in one of those periods at the moment where there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
It does happen in cycles. I don't know why.
It does, and you get certainly, I think, older people, but maybe young people as well, which is worrying, saying, I don't want to live in a world like this.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't ever want to live in a world.
No, I didn't sign up for this.
No, that's right.
At all.
What choice have we got?
Well, I don't, yes,
For the first time, I've actually thought, my 3-year-old, what will it be like in 20 years? What kind of world, especially Britain, because I feel really depressed about the state of our country at the moment. It does feel very depressed and very sad and
It'll
very
be
divided.
better for your 3-year-old.
But will it? I mean, what direction are we going in? We're going in a direction where teenagers are killing each other. I mean...
But because we're in this cycle at the minute where everything seems to be going wrong, it will improve.
It will, it does.
Might be all going wrong again.
If you live long enough, you know that.
About the planet, Stephen. We hear terrible things about, you know, the future of the environment. It just seems as though more conflict, more division and more...
But over my life, I've found that there are times that you can go and visit Israel and go to the Middle East and go and see the pyramids and all the rest of it. And there are whole 10-year, 15-year periods where you can't.
Yeah.
And then things do get better again. It's just so weird. But it's terrible that I worry. Older people I know think things like that. I worry that younger people are thinking that this world is horrible.
It is. It just feels quite ghastly.
And I know a lot of older people who say, you know, it was better in my youth, I wouldn't be young now, who genuinely say, people in their 70s who say, I wouldn't want to be growing up in this world, you know, I'm glad that I had my time. And it did feel like a more...
I wish I was a child of the 70s. The 70s just seems like it was the best era. 70s, 80s and a bit of the 90s.
The 80s were good.
The 70s were Cold War. We were worried all the time that somebody was going to press a nuclear button.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
we always had iodine tablets in the drawer. I remember that.
Tablets?
Well, it's in case there's radiation.
Yeah.
You have to take iodine. Because we obviously live near Sellafield, so there's always, you know, that would be a target. But also the shipyard in Barrow was a target, so we always had iodine. It was always about. Yeah.
But there are always. I mean, I used to talk to my mum about this, and she was a teenager in the war. And can you imagine living through the World War, not knowing how it's going to end? I mean, it could have ended in the worst possible way. And this whole generation grew up not knowing how it was going to end. And in the end, you know, they were dancing in the Mall on VE Day.
Exactly. My father was dancing in the Mall on VE Day and used to tell me about that. And he was in his 90s when he died. But there was a sense of collective... People were brought together by wars and things like that in this country. Wasn't there a sense of kind of in it together?
Well, I mean, that's another thing the older generation used to say about, particularly about kids in the 60s, that they were on their motorbikes, you know, what were they called? The mods and rockers and everything. Everybody thought the world was coming to an end then. People of my mother's generation used to say what they need is a war. Because it concentrates the mind. I mean, it's a terrible thing to say.
Well, they do say things have to get worse before they can get better.
I promise you they will.
Talk about things that started well, though, Stephanie. Ooh. This is in the Mail this morning. The Queen Elizabeth, that is, apparently liked Meghan.
Yeah, so I always thought they did have a good relationship before things went down south with them. But in Ingrid Stewart's new book, My Mother and I, she says that the Queen was quite optimistic when she first met Meghan because she thought it was a chance for both Meghan and Harry to really connect with the younger people of the Commonwealth and to really put the royal family in good stead and, you know, just to help rebrand the image of the royal family. But that just all went really badly, according to Ingrid Stewart, when they started planning their wedding. They said during the whole wedding preparation, Harry's attitude towards the Queen was quite bad during that time. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And they were saying with the service as well. You know, the service was quite long. They weren't used to, royals weren't used to services like that. But apparently Prince Philip knew from the start about Meghan. Apparently he nicknamed her OW, Duchess of Windsor, because he was saying that, yeah, because he could see the similarities.
Long memory.
Obviously, you know, she was Wallis Simpson, who was a fellow US divorcee, so he was always on guard about Meghan.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and apparently the Queen said she didn't like Meghan's wedding dress, her Givenchy dress. Apparently she said it was too white, and because she was a divorcee, she shouldn't come across as virginal.
Oh,
yeah.
Well...
The other really interesting royal story, which I'm sure Steph will know a lot more about than I do, yesterday was the fact that the King now seems to have cleared it for Andrew and Fergie to remarry if they want to, because obviously they're living together again now.
Would they remarry?
Back at the Royal Lodge. Do they need to? But would it help them financially? Would it help them both in terms of their reputation?
They've never not lived together.
No, but I think like a lot of people are saying they're actually back together, and obviously Fergie's been going through her health battles and Andrew's been going through his scandals, and I think they've been a rock for each other, so it would be nice for them to get married again.
And it was Prince Philip who was very anti-Fergie for all those years, and since his death, Fergie has been gradually welcomed back into the fold. She was never allowed at Sandringham Christmases. She was never allowed to hang out with the royal family, apparently, when the Duke of Edinburgh was around. And the Queen was much more welcoming of Fergie. And I think the British public have kind of, especially with her
she's all right.
with her health battles, I think that they have kind of opened their arms a bit.
I met her years ago, about 10, 15 years ago, and all she did was talk about Andrew.
Yeah.
Really?
To be fair.
Clearly, they're still in love with each other, and they have a good relationship.
Yeah, I think a lot of older couples that get divorced realise that they're actually quite... They're really good together. They work together.
So they don't know.
In some way.
Yeah. Well,
Be fun to have another royal wedding.
We've got 50...
Doesn't it also say that if they did that, they would get married very, very quietly?
They would.
In one of the chapels in St George's.
Because of Andrew.
Yeah, I think for Andrew, he'll have a hard time trying to get back in the public's good books again, even if he did get remarried again.
Yeah, I think it'd take more than a wedding to sort Andrew out, to be perfectly honest. Right, we better leave it there, I think. Just, we've got lots more coming up for you. Loads of your views coming through. We'll go through some of those in just a moment as well. Plus, we're getting a check on the weather because I can't work the weather out at the minute.
It's unseasonably mild.
Apparently.
But probably that won't last for long, because I thought it was going to snow yesterday. Here's Alex Burkill.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, Alex Burkill here again with your latest GB News weather forecast. It's going to be quite cloudy for many of us as we go through this weekend, and with that, some heavy rain and strong winds to watch out for. A cold front is currently pushing its way southwards. Yes, this will bring some rain, but also forms the boundary between the milder air across the south and something a little bit chillier across more northern areas. That being said, it's in the north where we're going to have the best of the sunshine today. Watch out for a scattering of showers across parts of Scotland in particular, some sleet or snow over the highest ground. Meanwhile, for much of England and Wales, a largely cloudy story, and there will be outbreaks of rain here too. Like I said, a fairly mild picture across southern areas, highs of around 13 or 14 Celsius, a bit chillier than this further north, and watch out for some blustery winds as well. Later on, and we are going to stick with the cloudy story across many southern areas, a bit more rain to come here for a time. Further north, the clear spells through the start of the night will give way as increasing amounts of cloud push their way in from the west. Still a fair few showers for parts of Scotland, and many places not seeing temperatures dropping a huge amount, especially in the south, some places staying in double figures. As we go through Sunday then, a spell of wet weather feeds in initially across parts of Northern Ireland, but then more persistent rain reaching into Scotland and Northern England. Some of this rain could be disruptive, particularly as we go through Sunday night into Monday. Drier for the bulk of England and Wales, but largely cloudy and some outbreaks of rain, with temperatures again above average for the time of year. Bye-bye.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 till 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together. For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's Live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Very good morning to you. It's heading towards 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 3rd of February. Today.
Scarlett Jenkinson, for the murder of Brianna Ghey, I set the minimum term at 22 years, less the 352 days that you have spent on remand.
The family of the girl who brutally murdered 16-year-old Brianna Ghey break their silence, claiming the situation has been beyond their worst nightmare.
The manhunt enters its 3rd day for the suspect in the substance attack as police discover containers with corrosive warnings during a raid in Newcastle.
The United States bombs 85 Iranian targets in Iraq and Syria as Biden faces some of the toughest days of his presidency to date.
And the 2-year political stalemate in Northern Ireland comes to an end as the government is restored, with Sinn Féin's Michelle O'Neill becoming the first ever nationalist leader.
2 years on from the collapse of Stormont, the Assembly will meet, elect a new Speaker and bring in a new executive.
Also this morning, the Queen reveals she's Strictly's biggest fan as she gets a lesson from one of the show's pro dancers.
And it's a big weekend of sport. It was billed as the fight of the year, but Tyson Fury against Alexander Usyk is now off. We'll be finding out whether that means postponement or a cancellation. It's a big weekend with the Premier League fixtures as well, and we'll update you on England's progress in the cricket in India. It's been a solid start for them.
Whilst it will be quite mild for many of us this weekend, sunshine will be at a premium with lots of clouds, some wet and windy weather at times too. I'll have the details shortly.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Well, loads of you getting in touch this morning over the two big stories, actually, of the day.
The chemical attack and the fact that that man is still on the run.
Yes.
Yes, and the killers of...
Should they be named?
Sharon says, I think it was the right thing to name the killers. They both knew what they were doing, and they planned it to the last detail.
They did.
Does naming them help?
As Steph was saying earlier on, though, in the paper review, do they understand the consequences of what they did at 15? I don't. I mean, I just
How could
don't
you
know.
not at 15?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's just. You see, Wayne makes an interesting point. He says naming is correct, so we know who they are, but putting their faces on the front page is completely wrong. But if you name them, then that is what's going to happen.
And the judge wanted them named because there were, and always are in the cases where minors are in court, there are reporting restrictions, and she deliberately took that decision to lift reporting restrictions so that they could be named. And, I mean, the newspapers have got a job to do. They have to report what's happened, they report the names, and clearly they also show the pictures.
But then, as John and Chelsea say this morning, named, shamed, promptly forgotten, which, you know, I think is that's the right way forward. Anyway, in the midst of all of this, the mother of murdered teenager Brianna Ghey claims she's never felt such grief as the judge sentenced her daughter's killers to life in prison.
Yeah, and actually, extraordinarily, the family of one of those killers also showed compassion, describing the situation as being beyond their worst nightmare and saying how terribly, terribly sorry they are.
Well, 16-year-old Scarlett Jenkinson, who for the first time admitted stabbing the teen, will serve a minimum of 22 years.
And Eddie Radcliffe, her accomplice, was given a minimum of 20 years.
Let's talk to former Met Police Superintendent Leroy Logan, who joins us now. Good to see you, Leroy. Look, what's your position on this? It's, you know, we've within a year, these two have been caught and convicted and now named and shamed very publicly in all of this. Has all this... It's been an impressive police operation, no doubt, amidst all the pain here. But has this been the right move by the judge, do you think?
Well, I don't have all the facts, so the judge has made a decision. I'm not too sure if it's the right thing to name and shame, as it were, because, unfortunately, Brianna's name is now associated with these two, and in a lot of ways, I think the quicker we forget their atrocious acts and their names, the better. Now they've been linked with the poor victim, and you know, that will be in the annals of history, and that, for me, that could have been avoided.
They always say, don't they, it's not just about justice being done, but being seen to be done. Do you think that was probably why the judge decided to lift those reporting restrictions?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's to highlight that, you know, these things happen and they're atrocious, and sometimes you just can't believe it's happened, and you can't think, why would two young people even think about doing this? You know, it's like Jamie Bulger and other cases. You know, it's terrible. But I suppose in some ways it's to highlight the severity of the act and the unnatural nature of the act, because not everyone's going to scheme to kill someone in such a graphic way and think it's fun. So I think it's just really to stir up the public, say, listen, if we're not careful, you know, these things could occur again. We don't want it to occur again.
I mean, plus, I mean, there's... When you go through the details of just how planned and organised these two were, It's frankly horrifying. This are two children planning out murders in actually such horrific detail.
Yeah. Again, it just shows that, you know, if we're not careful how we support our children, and not just in the home, in the schools where they socialise, and if they're isolated and they're not being challenged, and I suppose how they get these ideas, if they're not really focused on in a way that's, you know, sometimes, listen, you need help, or, you know, or encourage our young people to talk. These sort of things don't happen overnight. So we need to ensure that our children know exactly what they can get into, and having conversations. I mean, I've got grandchildren. I'm talking about these things with them now, you know, to say, listen, don't, not everything you see on your social media feed or on the mobile phone, you got to accept, you know, even if it's from your friends, it doesn't necessarily mean it's right. And these are sort of things you've got to try and ensure they don't accept these things openly and think it's true, you know. So that's why guardianship, family support, the wider community support is so essential to grip these things, because they didn't happen overnight. You know, these things build and build, and of course, it can have tragic consequences.
As it did here. Can I ask you about, of course, the other terrible story that we've been following, which is the chemical attack on that poor woman, her 2 children, which resulted in chemical burns on a number of other people, including 5 police officers. The perpetrator, or at least the man the police want in regard to this, is still on the run, despite being very badly burned himself, we understand. What do you think of that? I mean, what's going on here? Why hasn't he been caught yet?
That's a very good question. I know there's a phenomenal amount of assets being deployed through Met Police and the British Transport Police, at least, and other significant assets. We are in the CCTV capital of the world, so you're thinking, how has he just gone to ground in this way? So it's either he's found a way of cutting off any sort of connection that can be tracked. If he had a mobile phone, one of these more modern phones, he can be tracked. More than likely, he's got rid of that. It might be assisted in some way, because I know they've searched certain addresses that are linked with him. So it could be he's being harboured and supported and hidden out of sight, or he's actually gone through the dragnet, you know, of the net that the Met and the British Transport Police have circled around him, whether it's through transport or hitchhiking, you know, all these sort of things. But you'd think with that really significant injury to his face, he would be spotted by now. So it's a real conundrum. But I know that no effort has been reserved. Everything is going to try and get him. And of course, we have to keep on making these appeals to the public that if they see anything, please dial 101 999 or the Crime Stoppers, because we need to get this man off the streets. It's a horrendous crime. And, you know, he needs to be brought before the courts as soon as possible.
Leroy Logan, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. I tell you what I find slightly odd about the pictures that we showed, all the CCTV, and some of it's apparently on the London Underground and what have you. He looks very sort of calm.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
He looks very calm, but actually he must be in a lot of pain.
Yeah, and burns like that, especially if it's a chemical burn, they get worse. They don't get better.
So he's got. If he's going to anyone,
looks calm. It's really weird.
It's odd, isn't it? But
yeah.
He's got to be getting.
He must be in excruciating pain.
And you're not surely anyone who sees him, or he goes to help, or goes for emergency services or anything else, they're going to recognise that. Surely.
That's why it's surprising that nothing's happened yet.
I mean, wherever he's been spotted there on CCTV, there must have been people walking past going,
because
hold on a minute.
An injury like that is noticeable in any circumstance.
It's huge.
Let alone if you know that somebody's on the run. Anyway, let's hope something happens today.
Yeah, in terms of those attacks, Jack says chemicals like this should not be accessible to the public. If it can be so easily got, any attacker can easily use it. Well, I was saying this yesterday. It's...
Well, we don't know exactly what the chemical is.
No, some alkaline.
But I mean, we all can go along to places, you know, what do you call them, B&Q type places, yeah, you know what I mean, and get certain chemicals that are highly corrosive.
Sulfuric acid and things you can buy.
Yeah.
But maybe you shouldn't be able to.
Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should be licensed or have to prove something, or I don't know.
Yeah, have a trading licence. Or I mean, I know that wouldn't stop it entirely, but would it reduce it? Because apparently, we had guests over the last couple of days saying, initially sort of saying, well, thankfully these attacks are very rare. Apparently 700 a year in the UK.
But if you can't buy a chemical to do a chemical attack, but you are of the mind to do some horrible attack, you can just get a kitchen knife, can't you? I mean, does restricting the substance itself stop the problem?
Not necessarily, but you can have
make it more difficult.
You can make it more difficult, but the problem with the chemical attack is they tend not to kill, but you are maimed in a horrific way.
And that's sometimes the point, isn't it?
I'm not trying to say one is better than the other.
Oh,
do you know
gosh,
what I mean?
no.
In terms of recovery, but there's a really...
There's something terribly sadistic about it.
Yeah. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through on all of that this morning as we talk about the US military, which has launched airstrikes in Iraq and Syria yesterday, hitting 85 Iranian targets.
And that's as President Joe Biden claims that these strikes are just the beginning. He's facing what is considered by some to be the most dangerous days of his presidency.
Well, this all comes, of course, in response to the deadly drone attack in Jordan. That killed 3 US troops and injured 40 others.
Well, former head of counter-terrorism at the Ministry of Defence, Major General Chip Chapman, spoke to us a bit earlier.
It's one step nearer World War III, and you need to look at the signalling on both sides for that in the last 5 days. So the first one is from the Iranian perspective. They've said that at the moment they're going to stand down Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, and that they're removing IRGC personnel from Damascus. So that's really signalling that they're not interested in a war. Secondly, from the American perspective, they've already signalled themselves that there will be a tiered approach. And in Persian cultural norms, commensurate and proportionate retaliation will be expected and considered fair. So that will limit it both geographically and for the future in terms of what the Americans are really doing is what we call shock and withhold. So they've got a target set in both Iraq and Syria at the moment. The withhold bit is that if they wanted to, they could go and do serious damage in Iran, but they're signaling to Iran that they don't want to do that at the moment, so that Iran should desist. That doesn't mean that the Middle East isn't incredibly volatile at the moment. And indeed, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, has said that it's as dangerous as it's been since at least 1973 in the Middle East. So I don't think we're at a total war. We're at a very limited war at the moment, where both the aims, commitment, intensity, duration and resource is limited. Things can run out of kilter, but I don't think it's going to be anything like World War III. There will be re-attacks by the Americans, and they will be doing battle damage assessment as we speak to look at the target sets that they went after last night to see if they should be re-attacked again if people didn't get taken out.
He always talks a lot of sense, does Chip. It's, you know, the target assessments and all that.
Well, he's always dealt with that sort of... I mean, that's his training, isn't it? To look very objectively at a situation instead of getting all riled up.
We do have some great people on.
We do, yeah.
Now, is there something to celebrate today? Well, thankfully, yes. We think if it can last, the Northern Ireland Assembly will return today following a 2-year political stalemate.
And this comes after the government and the DUP came to an agreement to restore power sharing in Stormont, which has previously stalled because of post-Brexit trade arrangements.
Now, it also will bring about the first ever nationalist First Minister in Stormont, Sinn Féin's Michelle O'Neill.
So you could say it's a very historic day. Joining us now, GB News' Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie. Hello there, Doogie. It is a very historic day, really, thank goodness.
Well, it is, and it's a day of political high stakes as well. We have Michelle O'Neill of Sinn Féin, and you remember Sinn Féin is the political wing of the IRA. They're very much linked, and that in itself is historic. But Sinn Féin really need to be back in here because there's going to be elections in the Republic of Ireland, probably in the next year. And of course, Sinn Féin are riding high in the polls in the Republic of Ireland, and they would very much like to be Taoiseach or Prime Minister in the Republic of Ireland. And if they can make it look like to the rest of Ireland that it's OK to accept a Sinn Féin First Minister here, that will do them no end of good in their electoral base in the Republic. And then you have Sir Geoffrey Donaldson of the DUP that is very much leading a split party at this moment in time. Many in his party think that the deal didn't go far enough that brought him back into government. But of course, Sir Geoffrey is thinking to himself, well, what is the union? The union is the want of the people to feel the benefits of the union. And I spent yesterday actually with many small manufacturers in Northern Ireland who were very grateful that these checks in the RAC would really be reduced significantly. In fact, the ones in the Green Lane have gone altogether, and that means that companies here in Northern Ireland would not have to pay the full amount. They wouldn't have to have all their goods being checked in order to manufacture here. And of course, that also gives us access, unfettered access to the UK market, because you'll realise just a couple of nights ago that there is now checks on EU goods coming into Britain. We won't face those because we are being seen as part of the UK, but still a lot of the European legislation and laws will come in here. So it is a bit of a gamble for Sir Geoffrey Donaldson too, because he wants to work this from the inside, and with a split party that may be slightly tricky. But at 1 o'clock today, the Assembly will sit behind us here. We have a very complicated government because of that 1998 Good Friday Agreement. They will elect a Speaker, and then the curious thing will be who selects which ministry. Finance, health, education, justice. And will the Alliance Party actually get involved in this, or will they go into opposition?
It'll be interesting to see. Doogie, thanks very much indeed.
OK, and it's not raining there, so that's good news.
That's good news.
Yeah, because it's mild almost everywhere at the moment, but is worse to come. Shall we find out the weather news from Alex Burkill?
Good morning, Alex Burkill here again with your latest GB News weather forecast. It's going to be quite cloudy for many of us as we go through this weekend, and with that, some heavy rain and strong winds to watch out for. A cold front is currently pushing its way southwards. Yes, this will bring some rain, but also forms the boundary between the milder air across the south and something a little bit chillier across more northern areas. That being said, it's in the north where we're going to have the best of the sunshine today. Watch out for a scattering of showers across parts of Scotland in particular, some sleet or snow over the highest ground. Meanwhile, for much of England and Wales, a largely cloudy story, and there will be outbreaks of rain here too. Like I said, a fairly mild picture across southern areas, highs of around 13 or 14 Celsius, a bit chillier than this further north, and watch out for some blustery winds as well. Later on, and we are going to stick with the cloudy story across many southern areas, a bit more rain to come here for a time. Further north, the clear spells through the start of the night will give way as increasing amounts of cloud push their way in from the west. Still a fair few showers for parts of Scotland, and many places not seeing temperatures dropping a huge amount, especially in the south, some places staying in double figures. As we go through Sunday then, a spell of wet weather feeds in initially across parts of Northern Ireland, but then more persistent rain reaching into Scotland and Northern England. Some of this rain could be disruptive, particularly as we go through Sunday night into Monday. Drier for the bulk of England and Wales, but largely cloudy and some outbreaks of rain, with temperatures again above average for the time of year. Bye-bye.
Now, what would you do if you had an extra £1,500 a month for a whole year? Well, you could win the equivalent of that in our Great British Giveaways. £18,000 cash is up for grabs. Here's how you could win it all.
There's an incredible £18,000 in cash to be won in the latest Great British Giveaway. Totally tax-free cash that you could do whatever you like with. That works out to be an extra £1,500 to play with each month for a whole year. Money to make each month just that little bit better. You could put it towards monthly treats, save it for a rainy day, or just use it to take the pressure off in 2024. For your chance to win £18,000 in tax-free cash, Text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB02 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 23rd of February. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
And indeed, good luck. Stay with us because we're going to be meeting Queen Camilla as a dancing queen. Find out more in just a moment.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So we've not done much. We have mentioned it, but only briefly. And in a word, there's not a lot to say. Johnny Irwin, in a lot of the papers this morning, I mean, what a good-looking fella he was back in, you know. And then he got cancer.
Terminal lung cancer, which then spread to his brain.
Oh.
And
he's been very public about it.
Only 50.
So there's lots in the paper. There's a piece in the in the Star, which is my go-to today.
50's no age. No age.
But it's honestly, and 3 young kids, and all that. I feel really sorry about that.
Yeah.
I've never met him, but he always came across as a really nice fella. So I feel very sorry about that one.
Very sad.
Anyway, loads of you have been getting in touch with your golden retrievers or Labradors.
Because it is International Golden Retriever Day. And we've decided to be inclusive to Labradors because we can't tell the difference.
Not very easily. Dave sent this picture in of...
Penny.
Penny. Now, that is a lab.
Yeah, it's a black
because
lab.
she's black.
You don't get black retrievers, do you?
No.
No.
But gorgeous.
But you are a beautiful black Labrador, Penny. And then Jade has sent in this lovely photograph. Oh, God. Oh, if you're listening on the radio, you're missing something here. You'll have to look it up later. But 2 adorable dogs lying on their big dog bed. And one's got the arm around the other one. Now, are they labs or retrievers?
I think they're retrievers.
I think because they're a bit fluffier, aren't they? They are Stanley and Harper.
Oh, God, love
Beautiful. Beautiful
picture. And Rita has sent this picture. Now, this is definitely a golden retriever,
Yes.
and this is Tom out on the patio.
Yeah.
Oh, and in his bed.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, they're lovely pictures. Thank you so much. That's cheering us up on a day when sometimes the news can be quite bleak. Absolutely gorgeous.
There's a lot of very upsetting stuff about today.
So keep those pictures coming in, please. gbviews@gbnews.com as usual. And it doesn't matter whether yours is a lab or a retriever.
We don't care.
We'll celebrate Golden Retriever Day the way we want to. Thank you very much.
Yes. And we'll also have a bit of a smile, should we, if you fancy get your dancing shoes on this morning, because the Queen has admitted to being the greatest fan of Strictly Come Dancing. Well, she had to say that.
No, I can just imagine she really is, can't you? She's the sort who'd sit down on a Saturday night or whenever it is with a nice glass of something and just, you know, like most of us do.
Gin and Dubonnet and a fag.
Is that what it is, do you think?
Well, I don't know. Could well be. Anyway, she was on a visit to a dance class in Cambridge.
She also accepted an offer to take up tap dancing classes, well, from Strictly Pro Johannes Radibi, who presented her with a pair of tap shoes.
Yeah, well, our role correspondent Cameron Walker reports.
I've always wanted to tap dance, so in my dotage, perhaps it's something I could take up.
The Dancing Queen, receiving her very own set of tap shoes from a Strictly star. The Queen, who attends Silver Swans classes for elderly ballet dancers, was in Cambridge yesterday, visiting the Meadows Community Centre. It opened last year and houses a cafe run by the Royal Voluntary Service. The Queen is president of the RVS and spends time with young children attending a nursery class. Then it was time to cha-cha-cha in a dance class run by the charity. Led by Strictly Come Dancing star Jojo and Love Island's Tasha Guri, who quizzed the Queen on her Love Island knowledge.
Tasha was in Love Island. I don't think you've mentioned it.
You do know some, don't you? Not that my children have.
Not quite a fan of the Love Island villa, Her Majesty appeared to have more passion for the Paso Doble.
The dance, it's the best exercise, and it's you know, for everybody, it's a wonderful way of just, you know, enjoying yourself.
I'm so beside myself that you watch Strictly Come Dancing.
The engagement, however, had a serious meaning behind it, and the Queen wanted to highlight the work of the Royal Voluntary Service to support communities across the country.
All the volunteers in this country, wherever I go, whatever charity I'm representing, it's always the volunteers who hold it together, and without them all, the whole country collapse. I mean, they are the backbone of this country, and I don't know what we'd do without you.
The Queen's had a packed diary this week, stepping up while the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales were out of action for different health and family issues. It's understood it's purely coincidence Her Majesty was so busy this week, appearing happy to put duty first. Now King Charles is successfully recovering from his hospital treatment at home. Cameron Walker, GB News.
And he looked, you know, cheerful and everything coming out of hospital there.
Yeah.
I wonder how you recover from that, how long it takes.
Well, he's off for about a month or something, isn't it? It's bound to be a little bit uncomfortable.
I would have thought so, yes.
But he's doing all right. I mean, God love him.
Yes, absolutely. Shall we talk all things royal with royal correspondent and writer Michael Cole? And a very good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, Stephen. It's a wonderful thing to see how well Her Majesty Queen Camilla is doing. Remember, she's 76. She was never trained or prepared for this role, and yet she's taken to it rather like an elegant swan alighting on the River Avon at Bath, and that's where those last pictures were taken with those volunteers. I was on the evening paper there many, many years ago, so I was glad to see her going back. Now, I don't know whether housewives in Chippenham actually ever threw bread rolls at her in the supermarket in Chippenham, but there's no doubt she was the most vilified woman in this country when she was the third person in the marriage of Diana and Charles. And that's how far we've come. I mean, I covered the wedding of Charles and Camilla in 2005, and believe me, Buckingham Palace were expecting eggs to be thrown and tomatoes to be thrown. There we see her in Bath again, going around to meeting the people, and they're all pleased to see her. And, you know, they actually locked the doors of the register office because they felt that somebody might object to the wedding. And there were constitutional experts saying it wasn't even legal for them to contract a civil wedding, for the heir to the throne to contract a civil wedding. And the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, of course, pointedly did not attend. So that's how far we've come. 19 years in April they will have been married, and she's absolutely integral to the King's reign. And she's doing a terrific job. Unusually, she went with him to the hospital. That's not the usual royal way. And she visited several times and maintained connections with the press, telling how he was getting on. That was all a very, very, very good thing. And quite clearly, he's essential, she's essential to him, and the success of the reign depends very largely upon her.
I loved it when her sister gave an interview on television just recently, and she said, you know, Camilla's doing really well. I just cannot quite stomach curtsying to her. And I just thought that was such a sign that, you know, just an ordinary family. In fact, me and my sisters discussed it, whether, you know, one of us would ever dream of curtsying to the other if circumstances were different. And we wouldn't. It was rather charming.
I think Princess Margaret had trouble curtsying to the Queen, saying, oh, she's tired, she's been reigning all day long, you know, sort of this sort of thing. But that will go on in families. But she has done fantastically well. With a lovely common touch. You know, she can walk among the people. And looking at the visit to Bath, everybody there was looking at her. Everybody was smiling. And it's not a role that she ever asked for or ever expected. So I think applause all round. And, you know, she's a jolly good thing. But Anne, do you know what she is really? And I can say this because I'm 4 years older than her. She's of the generation where they just got on with it. Whatever came their way, that was their duty. She's from that sort of family. Just get on with it.
I'll tell you what we noticed earlier on with the clips in our report there, is the fact that we're properly eavesdropping on a conversation that we can hear. With the Queen Elizabeth, it was obviously you heard little bits of what she said, but it was all very sort of distant. I mean, she's got a voice which is being heard, and she's having a proper chit-chat, and that actually is slightly different from what we're used to.
Absolutely. But didn't you think, Stephen, that she really wanted to get in that chorus line that was going behind the dancers there? You could see. And I think her affection, interest in Strictly Come Dancing is absolutely genuine. And why not? She likes to have a drink, as you say. She likes to have a sneaky fag every now and then. And she lives her life as best she can, maintaining all the contacts with her own family, but being very much an integral part of the royal family. More important now than ever, when the king is slightly hors de combat at the moment.
Well, yes. Absolutely. Both she and Princess Anne are the most senior royals on duty at the moment, are they not?
Absolutely. I mean, a combined age of what they say in the paper, 149 or something, and they're out there doing the thing in the right way. You know, I just wish you joined in this dance troupe, though. I think that would have been great. Couldn't they have found some ruby slippers, you know, like straight out of The Wizard of Oz for her? Those looked a little bit plain, didn't you think?
Well, a little bit. I suppose they were what you would call nude, I think, so they go with anything.
Yes.
You would know about this.
That's what I'm told. It's what I'm told by Anne. Michael, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. Yes, they go with anything, don't they, those sort of
The
shoes?
nudies, yes, they are. But tap shoes are brilliant. I've got a pair of tap shoes, which I bought for lockdown because I was going to seriously take up tap.
And did you?
No, I joined up for a series of lessons, never did even one. But it's nice walking in them. Tap shoes are very comfortable. And I've got wooden floors, and you go... It's lovely. Just walking in them is fab. I'd love to do a bit of tap. It's meant to be very, very good.
Is it?
Exercise, very good aerobic exercise.
I suppose it probably is.
I might still take it up.
Next to Lionel Blair. Okay. I like Lionel. All right, Aidan's here with the sport. Morning to you.
Good morning.
We better get an update on the cricket, please.
Yes, indeed. Well, good start for England with the bats after lunch. 150 for 4. Joe Root went cheaply for 5, unfortunately. But England dismissed India before lunch, and yesterday, of course, for 396. That's all to play for there. Bairstow and Stokes currently batting. But yeah, really encouraging before lunch, actually. It was a really good performance by Jimmy Anderson. Guess how old he is now?
38.
41. Still going strong. Brilliant performance by him, and it's turning into be an enthralling test. We're in the second test at all, which as things stand, we're in the first innings as well. So that's where we are right now, and it's going to go on later on. We'll keep you updated.
Good stuff.
What else have we got?
We got the boxing.
Oh.
Now we thought it was going to be the fight of the year.
Yeah, well, it should have been.
It should have been, exactly. Tyson Fury against Alexander Usyk is now off. Some huge breaking news last night. He was cut in sparring in Saudi yesterday, and he posted a picture, which I think we can see now.
Just be careful, it's a bit grim.
Yeah.
It's a bit grim.
It's a nasty cut. Just
above the eye. Very delicate piece of skin as well, if you're listening on the radio.
That needs stitching.
Just above his left eye. And the thing is, they were talking to a cut expert yesterday. That doesn't heal easily in boxing terms. It will disappear to the naked eye within a few weeks. But if you're an opponent of Tyson Fury, you're going to target that. It's very, very delicate.
There's no
skin.
way you can protect it because it's very near the eye. So
there are no head guards in heavyweight.
That area.
You just don't see head guards anyway in heavyweight boxing.
But it's going to split again, isn't it?
And that's why there are serious doubts over whether this fight.
It's an area they always go for, really.
Well, yeah, I mean, opponent will target that, and also you don't have to necessarily be hurt with a cut, but the referee will step in if there's too much blood gushing from the wound, and they'll finish the fight. They'll end it.
Yeah, it could get in your eye and all that.
Oh, without doubt, it's horrible.
So it's going to put him out of action for a long time?
It could do. As I say, I think this fight is in doubt. Usyk's promoter, he was quite cheeky yesterday. He said, "Wishing you the soonest recovery. God sent you a sign. Think of retirement, brother."
This is a sign. Bam.
Oh, they don't want him to retire. They want the money from the match.
They do.
Can we talk about Erling Haaland briefly?
Yes, that's right.
Is he very unhappy?
Well, according to the papers in Madrid, now Pep Guardiola has a very difficult relationship with the papers in Madrid because, of course, he's a Barcelona legend, and they're always at each other's throats. And I don't know whether this is mischief-making. There are rumours of a clause in Erling Haaland's contract which says that they won't stand in his way if he wanted to move to Madrid suddenly. If they produce.
Seems a nice clause to have in.
Not really. He had a clause at his previous club, Borussia Dortmund, to allow him to move to Manchester City. It was actually placed in there by the late agent Mino Raiola, who died last year. He was the representative of Erling Haaland. Very clever man, very shrewd, and it might pave the way for a move to Real Madrid. That's where they'll want to play, irrespective of where Real Madrid are in the pecking order right now. They are top of La Liga at the minute, but most players want to play there for some period in their career. But apparently, he doesn't like the weather in Manchester. And he doesn't like the number of daylight hours, which you're not getting many of this time of year. Well, I could have told him about the weather in Manchester. I lived there many years.
Yeah,
we all could have told him about that, but there you go.
I thought it was overblown anyway. I didn't think the weather was that much different.
It's a bit wetter, maybe.
Yeah,
a bit colder, but it's nothing much. Aidan, thank you very much. It'd be good to see you this morning.
Good to see you.
I've just been sent a picture from home. The dog is watching us.
It is
Morning, Rex.
Morning, Rex. It's a gorgeous picture. We will find a way to show it.
I might see if I can spin it on the screen for you. In the meantime, don't go anywhere because we're going to be telling you how much it costs if you want to keep the spark alive in your relationships, more than you might think. We'll tell you in a minute.
Big news, big debates, big opinion, Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
.44 morning to you. Let's see what's making the news this morning with writer and columnist Emma Wolfe and our favourite showbiz reporter, Stephanie Tecci. Good morning. Emma, here's a question for you that the Mail is posing. Who holds the key to number 10?
Yeah, well, I think most commentators, journalists, people would say the next election is lost, except for about 10 people inside number 10. And yet, last night, Isaac Libido, who's the Conservative Party chief strategist, he's their election chief.
Isaac Libido?
Libido. Not libido.
Although I'm sure that's what he gets from time to time.
Well, he's claiming that there are about 10 million unknowns, people don't knows, and that it's all still to play for, and that it's all going to be fine. He reckons. So, I mean, there's clearly a lot of people within that kind of core, within the core group who think either they're in denial, I suppose, or they're really quite deluded.
I think well, no, I would disagree. I think this is going to be quite tight.
Yeah. I think it's very unknown because of this thing about a lot of Tories not wanting to vote Tory but not wanting to vote Labour. And Reform splitting the vote.
And and how many people will actually, when it comes to it, say, we'll actually vote Reform?
I think quite a lot not, actually. I think quite a lot will.
But with the knowledge that it is, in effect, a key for Starmer.
Yeah, a key for Starmer and a sort of a wasted vote in our system. Yeah. So Levido has been saying the Tories can win if they can recover some discipline and put on a united front.
Yeah, well,
good luck with that. That's not going to happen. We do have this double by-election. I was so excited about this. I'd forgotten. February the 15th, we've got a double by-election. The Tories are expected to lose both of those, so that's going to be disastrous for them. And do you know, I just tweeted this, it's 800 days since the Conservatives were ahead of Labour in the polls. I mean, that's...
Oh, that is
how many years is that? That's 2.5...
Like...
Yeah. 2 and a bit years. Yeah. So it's been a long time. Yeah.
Pathetic, isn't it?
I do feel sorry for Rishi, though, because I do feel like he inherited a poison chalice and, you know, despite
He didn't inherit it, he grabbed it.
He wanted it.
Oh, he did want it, but still, like... Kudos to him for thinking that he could have been the man to do the job and, you know, hopefully he might be able to get another term to fix it all around, but... Seems like it's the Tories are on their last legs.
His popularity is on its knees. He's less popular than Liz Truss at the moment. Liz Truss was.
The thing is, I never understand why people are so positive about Labour, because I feel like they're not yet establishing what really they stand for. Exactly. I feel like I don't even really know who Sir Keir Starmer is.
Yeah, we need... Well, I mean, at some point we'll get the manifestos and we'll have a clearer view, but at the moment it's a bit...
The only policies we've really had, like green policies and things, they've then U-turned on. So it's, you know, there is a real, like you say, there's a real vacuum, there's a real lack of kind of definition and a lack of... People feel a lack of character with Keir Starmer, a lack of kind of identity, which, you know, is a good leader needs something you can hang on to.
Yeah.
I tell you what, can we...
I was just going to say, talking of something to hang on to, what's this in The Sun, Stephanie?
Oh, on the front page of The Sun.
Bit of hanging on.
Someone's wife is not going to be happy this morning because her husband, who is a rail union boss, has been splattered on the front of The Sun because he's been having an affair with a train driver who's 19 years his junior. He is a union boss at ASLEF who are striking this weekend, so at least he's getting a bit of reliable service while the rest of us commuters aren't.
Steph, I was just waiting for you were going to come out with. He's getting some action.
Again, members won't be happy because he's been using £3,000 a pop to go to different hotels with his lover, and this is all while members are foregoing their pay to strike. So, you know, the newspapers always wait to set people up like this because they make a big sing and a song and dance, we're not getting paid properly, we want to do this, and then they'll put your personal life on the front page to make an example of you and make people not want to support you and support your message.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, look, it's a bit grim.
It is a bit grim, and I initially thought, oh, come on, married lover. But actually, there is a point in that we are enduring 9 days of these rolling strikes, more planned for February. People are really, it's a miserable experience travelling on the UK rail network. And we know that the bosses and... you know, in terms of their bonuses and their salaries, are being paid a lot, and the companies are making huge profits. So it's not really on, is it? It's not. I'm not saying the drivers do or don't have a case, or that they, I mean, they're very well paid as well in many cases. But actually, yeah, it is a little bit rich that he's off gallivanting on the town while the rail strikes are ongoing.
That's a good word, gallivanting.
Yeah.
Actually, talking of people who can be caught by cameras. Can we have a look at the funny politician photographs in the Guardian Lifestyle mag? Because these are... They've done a range of photographs of politicians where one photograph sometimes has defined them.
Oh, right. Who've we got, then?
Who have we got? Should we have a look? I think we've got these pictures.
Oh, look at Maggie.
And that is, of course, Maggie Thatcher.
And that was taken in 1986, and she was on a visit to a NATO training camp in West Germany. I love it. Like, she's got the scarf around her head, she's got the goggles. She means business, but she's still sassy.
It's a great shot.
It really is a I mean business shot. This is a very famous shot of Harold Wilson meeting the Beatles.
And that was in 1964.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a good shot.
They do that, don't they? It's a bit like when Tony Blair got... was it Blur or Oasis?
Oh.
For Cool Britannia.
It would have been Blair. Yes, it would have been Blair. Here's a... Oh, now there's Rees-Mogg.
This is Rees-Mogg having a cheeky little snooze in the, on the green benches in the House of Commons.
Politicians always say, I'm not having a snooze, I'm listening into the speaker. Which is, of course, built into the back of the seats.
It's not a great shot.
No, I think on this occasion... on this occasion, I think he probably
At least he was there. The rest of the chamber was mostly
This is
empty.
iconic.
This is Theresa May dancing on... Oh, the cringe. The cringe. Somebody made her dance on stage to ABBA, to Dancing Queen. But, I mean, I do miss the days when politicians would do funny things like that.
Well, actually, although it was totally cringeworthy, that I do think...
At least we had a laugh.
Well, good on her, because she was taking the mickey out of herself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
was she, though? Did she?
Yeah, so she...
And also, if any of us were on stage and asked to do a quick dance...
We would all be.
We would all look ridiculous.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I know I would.
No, I think we would slay.
No, you would if you would be together. You need somebody to dance with.
Yeah, it is true. And I do like Theresa, actually. She was quite funny. I think people forget that politicians are humans.
Well, do you know, when a lot of them showed their humour, their sense of humour, their sense of timing, was when they all told a little story about the Queen, when they were paying tribute to the Queen. And Theresa May's speech was particularly good, wasn't it?
It was great.
It was all about dropping the cheese. She was at Balmoral. She was at Balmoral, and I think there was a buffet or something, and she was helping set things out with the Queen, and put down I think it was a camembert or something, and dropped it on the floor. And I can't remember there was a very good punchline, but Theresa May told the story with absolutely comic timing, and everybody laughed. It was absolutely lovely.
She was
moment.
a camembert. Was it one of those potatoes with foil on and the little sticks in?
Pineapple hedgehog.
Oh, yeah. Stephanie, what is the price of love?
£3,500. Even
if
though they
only
say
it was that cheap. So.
Even though they say money can't buy you love, apparently a lot of couples in the UK are investing on weekends away with their partners. They're really trying to keep the spark alive. So a study has shown that people spend up to £3,500 a year to make sure their relationship's kept intact, whether it's a weekend away. You might fork out about over £1,000 on a romantic holiday.
Well, Valentine's Day isn't far away, is it?
5 meals out cost about £500.
Oh, it's all these candlelit dinners.
Yeah,
and things,
but I think it's good that people are trying to make an effort
It's an
to
investment,
keep their
isn't it?
relationships alive.
Yeah.
Could have your date nights.
Yeah, I think
I
it
thought
is.
it'd be more than that. The Star got this story as well, and their front page is £9.67 a day, and apparently that's how much it costs per day.
Yeah.
I would have thought it'd be more than £3,500 if you include things like hotels, weekends away, dinners out.
Definitely.
But
Depends
what
how
do I know?
fancy you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have weekends away. Like, maybe we work 7 days a week between us, so what can you do?
I'm single and I spend more than that on myself. I think it's much more harder
But
when
why
you're
you need a
single.
man to spend the money on you?
Exactly, Steph. Me too, me too.
I know.
Honestly.
I don't want to fork out any
Spend more than that on a 3-year-old and he doesn't give me love. Or weekends away.
He does.
Or romantic holidays.
Well, this is it. You wanted a family.
But cuddles.
There you go. Cuddles are worth more than money.
They are.
There you go. Sadly, we've run out of time, so we can't talk about the best holidays to go, but apparently we all like going to Spain.
So it's not surprising, is it, really?
Hola.
Cheap and cheerful, yes, hola.
Not necessarily cheap.
Well, I don't know.
Somebody's off on holiday now.
You're off to Costa Rica.
I am off to Costa Rica. I'm going to do a week with no phone, no internet. I'm looking forward to it.
Really?
They'll have better weather than we have here. Here's Alex.
Good morning, Alex Berkel here again with your latest GB News weather forecast. It's going to be quite cloudy for many of us as we go through this weekend, and with that, some heavy rain and strong winds to watch out for. A cold front is currently pushing its way southwards. Yes, this will bring some rain, but also forms the boundary between the milder air across the south and something a little bit chillier across more northern areas. That being said, it's in the north where we're going to have the best of the sunshine today. Watch out for a scattering of showers across parts of Scotland in particular, some sleet or snow over the highest ground. Meanwhile, for much of England and Wales, a largely cloudy story, and there will be outbreaks of rain here too. Like I said, a fairly mild picture across southern areas, highs of around 13 or 14 Celsius, a bit chillier than this further north, and watch out for some blustery winds as well. Later on, and we are going to stick with the cloudy story across many southern areas, a bit more rain to come here for a time. Further north, the clear spells through the start of the night will give way as increasing amounts of cloud push their way in from the west. Still a fair few showers for parts of Scotland, and many places not seeing temperatures dropping a huge amount, especially in the south, some places staying in double figures. As we go through Sunday then, a spell of wet weather feeds in initially across parts of Northern Ireland, but then more persistent rain reaching into Scotland and Northern England. Some of this rain could be disruptive, particularly as we go through Sunday night into Monday. Drier for the bulk of England and Wales, but largely cloudy and some outbreaks of rain, with temperatures again above average for the time of year. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Very good morning to you. It is just coming up to 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 3rd of February. Today.
Scarlett Jenkinson, for the murder of Brianna Ghey, I set the minimum term at 22 years, less the 352 days that you have spent on remand.
The family of the girl who brutally murdered 16-year-old Brianna Ghey break their silence, claiming the situation has been beyond their worst nightmare.
The manhunt for the suspect in the corrosive substance attack is into its 3rd day now, and police have discovered containers with corrosive warnings during a raid in Newcastle.
Well, GB News is in Newcastle today to hear the latest developments after Wednesday night's shocking chemical attack, which left a mother and 2 children with life-changing injuries. We'll be finding out what developments Northumbria Police have recovered from 3 warrants.
The US bombs 85 Iranian targets in Iraq and Syria as Biden faces some of the toughest days of his presidency so far.
And the 2-year political stalemate in Northern Ireland comes to an end today as the government is restored, with Sinn Féin's Michelle O'Neill becoming the first ever nationalist First Minister.
24 months on from the collapse of Stormont, the Assembly will meet today. They will elect a new Speaker, which will herald in a new executive.
Also for you this morning, the Queen reveals she's Strictly's greatest fan as she gets a lesson from one of the show's pros.
Whilst it will be quite mild for many of us this weekend, sunshine will be at a premium with lots of clouds, some wet and windy weather at times too. I'll have the details shortly.
Morning to you, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
OK, let's start with the news that the mother of murdered teenager Brianna Ghey claims she's never felt such grief as the judge sentenced her daughter's killers to life in prison yesterday.
And that's as the mother of one of the killers also showed amazing compassion, describing the situation for that family as being beyond their worst nightmare.
Well, 16-year-old Scarlett Jenkinson, who for the first time admitted stabbing the teenager, will serve a minimum term of 22 years.
And her accomplice, Eddie Radcliffe, was given a minimum of 20 years.
Well, let's talk to former police officer Graham Wetton, who joins us now. Graham, good to see you this morning. Can we talk first and foremost in terms of the sentencing here? A lot of people looking at this saying, is this really long enough in terms of minimum terms? But I guess the judge has had to take into account just how young these two are.
Yeah, sentencing is something the police officers never really get involved in at all. You have no real involvement in that aspect of it. That's down to the judge. And a judge has to follow sentencing guidelines. So they have to follow the guidelines. They start off with a mandatory life sentence, then they put like aggravated and mitigating factors into it. And I think the judge is summing up from what I saw and heard yesterday, actually explained the reason for the sentence terms.
Why do you think the judge in this case decided to lift reporting restrictions and allow their names to become public and thus also their photographs?
I think she explained that as well. She explained because of the type of case, just how serious it was. She felt it was important in this case to lift reporting restrictions and name the murderers, and that's why she did it. She explained this in her summing up, I thought, quite eloquently in this particular case because it was so different and so shocking. She felt it was important that the names be released and the identities released.
It's interesting that the parental reaction we've had here. We played clips from the Brianna's mom yesterday, talking. She was saying she had sympathy for the parents of the murderers. One of those sets of parents has come forward today saying, you know, this is just horrific. We're going through the worst time ever with all of this. In terms of police liaison, of course, Brianna's parents will be getting assistance. Will there be assistance for the parents of the killers as well? Because, I mean, clearly they're going through hell.
Yeah, there'll be some liaison with the parents as well, with the families of the suspects, just to take them through the court process, explain what's going to happen. As you rightly point out, the victim's family get family liaison officers appointed. Something similar with the suspect's parents as well. So there should be some form of liaison with them as well, so they understand the actual court process and what's happening to them. Bear in mind the ages of both the suspects during the actual process itself, the interviews and then the court proceedings.
I mean, these two mothers that we're talking about, Brianna's mother and Scarlett Jenkinson's mother, have shown amazing compassion, yes, actual dignity. They've made sure they've said the right thing. They've totally supported the judge's decisions in releasing the names and things like that. They are extraordinary people who must have gone through terrible times.
Yeah, I saw the interview. The fortitude shown by her mum was just astonishing. The way she stood up after the verdict and explained how she felt for the actual. Bear in mind there are suspects' families as well who are going through a similar form of loss. I just thought it was an astonishing statement to give after such a trial. Having she obviously sat through the whole trial, heard all the details of it, which must be exceptionally difficult for a parent to do. The strength she had to stand up and make that statement was just astonishing. utmost respect for her. Also, Dad made a statement as well. So, just that the parents, and you have to consider as well, the parents of the suspects to a certain degree, they've also got to come to terms with what's happened.
Yeah. Look, can we just have a word about the police investigation? I know it's no comfort to any of the families involved in all of this, in a way that, this is it's a year on, pretty much. However, in terms of a police investigation into all of this, it does seem to have happened quite quickly and been brought to a conclusion, within 12 months. Seems pretty rapid, actually.
Yeah, that's mainly because of the court process. That's because of the trial process itself. So actually the investigation, my understanding, the arrests were made fairly quickly, but we've seen some of the details now. So, the investigation doesn't stop when you make the arrest. Your investigation actually starts to a certain degree, because you've got to go and trawl CCTV, bus cameras, doorbell cameras, all that sort of technology is just showing now. So all this has to be gathered and then correlated, looked at, reviewed, the timeline followed, identities established. So you've got a complete evidential picture of everything that happened from start to finish on that day. So this takes an exceptional amount of time and investigative and detective work to go through everything, blot everything else out, identify, as we see there, your victim and your suspects, put them all together. So you've got the victim and the suspects in the same location at the time, at the place. So it can be nobody else. It's beyond then, as is the phrase, beyond all reasonable doubt once you get to court, that actually the suspects are the ones that committed the act. So it's a whole process. Once you do, it doesn't stop with the arrest. The investigative, the detective work actually starts. The hard part starts then.
OK. Graham Wetton, good to see you. Thanks very much. Do you know what I find shocking in all that? Is that footage of her leaving the house, that's the last time she left the house. That day and caught on a Ring doorbell or something
in that big white hoodie. And
you just think, can you imagine?
No.
It's so appalling. It is so appalling.
I worry as well about the fact that we are also appalled about it, and wherever you go, people are saying the same thing. What sort of a world are we living in where this can happen? And I guess I don't know what the answer is. I think it leaves a lot of people in despair, and that's sad too. And of course, the other story that we've been talking about as well is that terrible chemical attack. And we don't know enough about that yet, because the manhunt is still going on for the person that police want to find, the possible alleged attacker. Police apparently now are saying that, although they haven't found him yet, they have found containers with corrosive warnings during a raid they did on a place in Newcastle.
Yeah, and we have had this new picture released of Abdul Azidi, last seen at London's King's Cross Underground station. Now, this was on Wednesday evening. He got on a Victoria Line tube at 9 o'clock heading south. Police are also saying the 31-year-old mother who was attacked has life-changing injuries. Thankfully, her two young daughters don't. They're not as badly injured as was firstly feared. So that's a relief for them, but life-changing injuries for the mother, and she is still sedated in hospital.
Well, GB News reporter Tony Maguire joins us now. Tony, what's the latest on the manhunt, and is there any more information?
Good morning. Well, we're now entering the third real day of this manhunt for Abdul Azidi, and the Metropolitan Police maintain that they're still working closely with Transport for London and the Transport Police, as well as their colleagues up here in Newcastle at Northumbria Police. Now, the latest, as you mentioned there, was that on Thursday, Metropolitan Police Chief John Saville announced that they had put into motion 5 search warrants spread across London and up here in the northeast. And here at Azidi's address was discovered 2 empty canisters with those corrosive markings. Now, the attack, we still don't know what the substance is, but forensic teams are trying to match whether the substance, the residue left in those containers, are indeed a match for those which caused the chemical burns for the 31-year-old victim and her 2 daughters. Of course, the more latest images that we've had of Abdul Azidi show that shocking injury to his eye, and one I think is asking questions. The public is asking questions now of why has it not been easier to find him? Now we're in the third day of the manhunt, as I said, and he seems, we know, have been able to track his movements. But up here, questions are definitely turning towards why a convicted sex offender was allowed to finally gain asylum after 2 failed attempts. Currently, information is not progressing at a huge speed this morning, but you can be sure that we'll update you as soon as we hear anything up here in Newcastle, the home of this alleged attacker, Abdulazidi.
Okay, Tony, thank you.
And we've all been saying, well, haven't we, that he appears to have a very, very bad burn, possibly to that eye, the right eye, actually. And in all of the CCTV pictures we've seen thus far, he looks as though he's badly injured, and yet strangely calm.
It's odd, isn't it?
And he's walking around catching tube trains everywhere.
I mean, it's hardly insignificant, is it? You're going to notice him. Keep your eyes peeled, and if you spot him, call the police.
Don't approach him, just call 999.
Heck, don't approach him, no. It's odd, that CCTV is very... There's something odd about it. I don't know what it is. But as I say...
He just looks as though he's walking along, couldn't give a care.
I know.
And yet, very badly burned and has been through this terrible incident.
But whatever goes on in relation to this incident, there's going to be a lot of questions as to why someone who tried to get asylum in this, came in on the back of a lorry, tried to get asylum and was refused twice, ended up in court on for a sex attack on which he was convicted. Why then he was then able to try to claim asylum again and got it.
Allegedly with the support of a Church of England priest who was able to tell the tribunal, because by then his case was being heard by a tribunal in front of a judge. The Church of England priest allegedly said that he'd converted successfully to Christianity and was pursuing that vigorously.
Why would that make
Why would that make a difference anyway? I mean, are we in the business of converting people to Christianity? And that apparently secured him asylum. So he has now got asylum. He should never have been here in the first place. And look what he's done.
OK.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. Now, the US military has launched airstrikes in Iraq and Syria, hitting more than 85 Iranian targets.
Now, Downing Street have said in response that they are steadfast allies and they support Washington's right to respond to attacks.
Well, all this comes, of course, after those drone attacks in Jordan that killed 3 US troops and injured 40 others.
Well, the former head of counter-terrorism at the Ministry of Defence, Major General Chip Chapman, spoke to us earlier.
It's one step nearer World War III, and you need to look at the signalling on both sides for that in the last 5 days. So the first one is from the Iranian perspective. They've said that at the moment they're going to stand down Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, and that they're removing IRGC personnel from Damascus. So that's really signalling that they're not interested in a war. Secondly, from the American perspective, they've already signaled themselves that there will be a tiered approach, and in Persian cultural norms, commensurate and proportionate retaliation will be expected and considered fair. So that will limit it both geographically and for the future in terms of what the Americans are really doing is what we call shock and withhold. So they've got a target set in both Iraq and Syria at the moment. The withhold bit is that if they wanted to, they could go and do serious damage in Iran, but they're signaling to Iran that they don't want to do that at the moment, so that Iran should desist. That doesn't mean that the Middle East isn't incredibly volatile at the moment. And indeed, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, has said that it's as dangerous as it's been since at least 1973 in the Middle East. So I don't think we're at a total war. We're a very limited war at the moment, where both the aims, commitment, intensity, duration and resource is limited. Things can run out of kilter, but I don't think it's going to be anything like World War III. There will be re-attacks by the Americans, and they will be doing battle damage assessment as we speak to look at the target sets that they went after last night to see if they should be re-attacked again if people didn't get taken out.
Well, as they say in our business, it's a very busy news agenda at the moment. There's lots to talk about and lots to be informed about. But in Northern Ireland, it's a sort of very historic day because the Northern Ireland Assembly is going to return later today, following 2 years of absolutely doing nothing.
Yeah, well, of course, the DUP pulled out of the power sharing agreement, but now, after talks with the government here, they've come to an agreement to restore power sharing in Stormont. Now, it was stalled partly, well, lots of things really, but post-Brexit trade arrangements are one of the key sticking problems.
And what's fascinating about today as well is it's also going to bring about the first ever nationalist First Minister in Stormont. That's the First Minister of Northern Ireland is actually a Republican. She's Michelle O'Neill of Sinn Féin.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? Let's talk to our Northern Ireland correspondent, Doogie Beattie, who's at Stormont for us this morning. I mean, look, this is great news in a way, Doogie. There'll be a lot of people very thankful this is happening, but it's hardly a stable situation, is it? It's certainly going to feel quite fragile for a while.
Well, you're completely correct, Stephen, and Northern Ireland's government has always been fragile since 1998. I think it's been down nearly 40% of the time. I mean, it was down for 3 years when Sinn Féin pulled out, then it came back for 2 years during COVID, and then it collapsed after those post-Brexit arrangements. And it really has been a seesaw. And you can imagine any of those big ticket items like new hospitals, new roads, that all need local government have very much been put on hold over the past 2 years. And the 3 years before that. So Northern Ireland desperately needs some sort of governance back, but it is a game of political high stakes on the island of Ireland. Sinn Féin, you're quite correct, Michelle O'Neill, that is the political wing of the IRA, and they are doing quite well in the Republic of Ireland, and there they are the largest party, not enough to form a government, but they are the largest party, and they're trying to persuade people, look, it's okay to vote for us. And Michelle O'Neill going in here behind as First Minister after years and decades of trouble inside Northern Ireland, they're saying, well, if we can be accepted in Northern Ireland, then please look at us in the Republic of Ireland. Then you have Jeffrey Donaldson of the DUP, who has got an awfully large amount of concessions and derogations to do with trade flowing between the UK and Northern Ireland, especially for small manufacturers, and keeps us inside, gives us access to the UK internal markets, although it could be argued that we're still part of the EU single market with access to the UK markets as opposed to being the other way around. And he is then leading a split party. So unionism, fractured again, will not do well to bring the benefits of the union to Northern Ireland. Things like the national health, policing, all the public sector jobs that appear here. And Sir Geoffrey has taken a gamble that people in Northern Ireland will vote for his party because they see that he has brought extra money to the table. He wants to do governance and he is prepared to share power with nationalists. It will be quite a few fractious months, a few unsettling months in politics in Northern Ireland, but it will be interesting to see who takes the ministries here. At 1 o'clock we will have a speaker elected, then those ministries break down. I'll be looking at agriculture in particular because of course that will have an all-Ireland concept to it, and I would be surprised if Sinn Féin don't try for that brief.
Can I just ask you, Doogie, why is it all happening today on a Saturday? Is there any particular relevance to it?
No, there's none really. The last time it collapsed, it came back on a Saturday as well. It basically means that they get the elections of the ministers, the business committees done and out of the way, and then there's no more biting and sniping, I suppose, through the day. Then it's done. They'll come back on Monday or Tuesday and then start to do the business of government. And it very much silences any opposition to it in that process. I suppose that's probably the best way of looking at it.
Yeah, it means they can go full at it, as you say, on Monday or Tuesday. No more, messing around.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Doogie, thanks very much indeed. Right, it looks all right there in Northern Ireland.
It does.
Actually. Let's see what it's like across the rest of the UK with Alex Burkill.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, Alex Berkel here again with your latest GB News weather forecast. It's going to be quite cloudy for many of us as we go through this weekend, and with that, some heavy rain and strong winds to watch out for. A cold front is currently pushing its way southwards. Yes, this will bring some rain, but also forms the boundary between the milder air across the south and something a little bit chillier across more northern areas. That being said, it's in the north where we're going to have the best of the sunshine today. Watch out for a scattering of showers across parts of Scotland in particular, some sleet or snow over the highest ground. Meanwhile, for much of England and Wales, a largely cloudy story, and there will be outbreaks of rain here too. Like I said, a fairly mild picture across southern areas, highs of around 13 or 14 Celsius, a bit chillier than this further north, and watch out for some blustery winds as well. Later on, and we are going to stick with the cloudy story across many southern areas, a bit more rain to come here for a time. Further north, the clear spells through the start of the night will give way as increasing amounts of cloud push their way in from the west. Still a fair few showers for parts of Scotland, and many places not seeing temperatures dropping a huge amount, especially in the south, some places staying in double figures. As we go through Sunday then, a spell of wet weather feeds in initially across parts of Northern Ireland, but then more persistent rain reaching into Scotland and Northern England. Some of this rain could be disruptive, particularly as we go through Sunday night into Monday. Drier for the bulk of England and Wales, but largely cloudy and some outbreaks of rain, with temperatures again above average for the time of year. Bye-bye.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, it's time for the Great British Giveaway, and you could win £18,000 in totally tax-free cash to spend however you like. Do you fancy that? Well, here's how you can do it.
We want to turn 2024 into 2020 more with your chance to win £18,000 in cash to spend however you like. You really could be the next big winner of our Great British Giveaway. Phil from West Yorkshire won our last one. Listen to his reaction when we gave him the news.
I never won a penny in my life.
Well, congratulations, you've won £10,000.
Oh my God, wow.
For your chance to win £18,000 in tax-free cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB02 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 23rd of February. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
And good luck indeed. Now, do you remember the whole sort of saga of the Crooked House pub? Locals are going to erect a memorial. They're not erecting the pub yet, and a lot of them want to do that. But they are erecting a sort of memorial wall for the pub that burned down last year. That's coming up. Well, you're watching Breakfast.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's Live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other pay-per-review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
It's 9:27. Good morning to you. Let's bring you some other stories that are heading into our newsroom this morning.
Well, a man has died after falling from the Tate Modern in London. The art gallery closed for the day then as a mark of respect to the dead man. Police say he was pronounced dead at the scene and his death was unexpected but not thought to be suspicious.
TV presenter Johnny Irwin has died at the age of 50. He'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer in 2020. Best known for presenting Place in the Sun and Escape to the Country, of course. He'd been open about his illness since his diagnosis, hoping to inspire others to make the most of every day.
Now, a group of cross-party MPs has warned the government that asylum seekers on the Bibi Stockholm barge are facing claustrophobic conditions. The Home Affairs Select Committee claims it could be a breach of their human rights. And this comes after a Legionella outbreak on board the vessel back in December. If that doesn't get you hopping mad, I don't know what will.
Trying not to say anything.
I know.
Trying to remain impartial. Easier said than
It's
done.
interesting that it's a cross-party group of MPs, but even then, you know...
Claustrophobic conditions.
I mean, are they
it's
meant
not
to be getting?
huge.
Are they meant to be getting 5-star treatment? It beggars belief. We've got people. We've got people of our own sleeping on the streets.
Yes, they wouldn't mind claustrophobic
No,
conditions.
I don't
to be
think they
warm and
would.
Dry.
Yeah.
One lady I see most mornings, actually, when I'm just driving up to traffic lights near here. Always have a chat with her.
Mm.
She'd love to be in there. Anyway.
I know. I mean, I walked past a man the other day. What do you do? I didn't have any cash on me at all. I'd popped out, but he was sitting there under a lamppost, and he looked absolutely almost at death's door, and he just had a sign saying, "I'm very hungry." And it broke my heart. I didn't have anything to give at all. Or, Frank, I really would have, because it got to me. And people are still complaining about the human rights of people who got here illegally on what is, you know, it may not be a 5-star hotel, but it looked all right to us when we were first shown round it, when cameras were first shown round it initially, the Bibi Stockholm barge.
Well, it's warm and dry.
Yeah, and it's got all sorts of facilities. It's got medical facilities aboard, and no doubt there's lots of legal aid aboard and things like that.
Yeah, I do.
We're all getting a bit fed up, aren't we, hearing this?
I do, yeah. I wish the Home Affairs Select Committee were more bothered about the human rights of people sleeping on the streets.
Now, do you remember the saga? And it was a long-running saga with so many different opinions about the Crooked House pub. Well, a memorial wall is going to be erected to remember the Crooked House pub in Staffordshire that was burned down following an arson attack last year.
Well, locals hope that people will write on the wall to show support for the pub and share special memories.
Joining us now from the site of the Crooked House, or at least the site of the former Crooked House, is GB News West Midlands reporter Jack Carson. Hello there, Jack. Who have you got with you and what's going on?
Yeah, good morning to you both. Of course, you remember the fire and then the subsequent demolition, of course, of the Crooked House pub, the iconic 18th century building that stood here in Himley in Staffordshire. And of course, the police investigation still very much ongoing into that. There have been multiple arrests with people then released on conditional bail. So that investigation still continues into, of course, what the police say is a suspected arson attack. But the fact is the community really came together here in unison to try and get this place rebuilt. Of course, that campaign still very much active, and today we are going to get this memory wall with tags that people have written about their memories, about why the Crooked House is so important. We're joined with Paul Turner from the Save Our Crooked House Let's Get It Rebuilt campaign. Paul, just kind of tell us, you know, this pub, when it burnt down, there was a lot of reaction, not just here in the country but also across the globe. Why was this pub so important? Why was the arson attack on that pub and the subsequent demolition so kind of controversial?
Well, historically, I mean, it sits on land that was supposedly, although we're not 100% sure, had been mined, and it led to subsidence. So the building, which was originally a farmhouse, tilted, became crooked, and then later on it became a pub. First of all, it was the Sidon House, then it was the Glyn Arms, and then it became known as the Crooked House, which is the world famous name for it.
Yeah, and tell us about kind of the latest with your campaign and what this event here is all about.
Well, we're waiting while all the legal processes go on. There's obviously a criminal investigation, there's a planning issue where it was demolished without permission. So we're waiting for all of that to happen. We're a little bit tied as to what we can do until that does happen, but in the meantime we want to keep the momentum going with the campaign. So that's why we've now got this event here today where people are going to be attaching their memories. It's the 6-month anniversary on Monday, so we want people to come along, put their memories on tags, and we're going to pin them to a virtual tree, and then after the event we'll take those away and we'll keep them, and then hopefully at some point in future they'll be displayed again, maybe in a rebuilt Crooked House.
Yeah, and can I just tell us, you know, can you quite believe that it's 6 months, and kind of what's going to be on your tag that you put on today?
I can't remember exactly what I put on my tag. It was something to do with the fact that I used to come down here when I was a child on my bike, and sort of remember coming down the first ever time with my parents, and then later you sort of bring friends here. We're always very proud of it. It's the Black Country's pub. There was different owners, but it was always belonged to us as the people of the Black Country.
And there will be people that go, well, why make such a fuss about a pub? There's pubs all across this part of the country. There's pubs all around the country. Why this pub? Why make such a fuss over a pub being knocked down?
Because it was built in 1765, it's got a lot of history. It's it's part of the Black Country. It's something we've all been very proud of for many, many years. And within a few days, it was sold and gone, and we want it back.
And you have been supported by your local MP, Marco Longley. He's campaigning, of course, for the Crooked House law, the Crooked House clause, which is to protect heritage pubs. Talk about, your relationship with him and how he supported you.
Marco's been fantastic from the beginning. He was involved straight away. He's been supportive of us. He's spoken in Parliament about the issue of heritage pubs being lost. Everybody's been made aware of the Crooked House across the world, and he's been there at every step with us and very, very supportive. And it's been really good to have somebody somebody like him involved with the campaign.
And you were telling me that a lot of the people that you're working with on this campaign you didn't know before, and they've kind of now become friends. So this campaign in itself has brought you and more of a community together.
Yeah, I mean, it seems. I mean, people are saying we can't believe it's 6 months, and it does seem to have gone very, very quickly. But it also feels like I've known these people a long time, because we've spent so much time together discussing what things that we're doing and dealing with whatever issues arise. So yeah, I feel like I've gained some really good friends, and we've got 35,500 people on the Facebook page. They're all members of the group.
Yeah, and is it still, do you think, going to be able to be rebuilt? Is that still the ultimate aim? Do you still have belief in that cause?
We're not giving up. We're going to keep on. We're going to keep on doing what we're doing. We have to wait, but we've got supportive messages going on there today from people like Andy Street and Professor Carl Chin. All about we want this pub back.
All right, Paul, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So that event, which we'll bring you more of a little bit later on here on GB News.
OK, Jack, thank you.
If they ever got it back, would it be built back crooked?
Well, no, you probably couldn't do it.
Well, I was going to say, what architect would want to be proud of building a crooked building?
If you could do it stable, then it'd be all right, but no.
See, if they could rebuild the Tower of Pisa, would they build it leaning?
No, probably not, would they?
No, because...
That's going to come down at some point.
It is, isn't it? Apparently it's sort of wobbling on the edge of critical mass, or whatever they call it.
Anyway, good luck to them.
Yes.
People who are supporting their local. I like that. Anyway, look, coming up, we're going to be looking at our very own dancing queen. We'll tell you more in just a moment.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show, every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
9:40, good morning. Now, as if you didn't know, it's International Golden Retriever Day.
Yes.
Which I don't know why it exists, but it does. Anyway, so you've been sending your pictures in...
Of your lovely retrievers.
Yes. Or
Labradors, because we can't tell the difference. So we thought
we're mixing the two.
Celebrate both.
So, Julie. Morning, Julie. This is... Oh, no, that is a lab.
That's the most
Jasper.
beautiful dog.
Jasper, asleep on the sofa.
Yeah, but using
head
a
on
cushion
pillow.
as you should.
Beautiful.
That is a lovely, lovely picture. Eldon then has sent in a photo of... Oh, look. Nisha, Brody and Finn.
Oh,
they are retrievers.
They're retrievers,
yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful
Absolutely
picture.
Gorgeous. They look quite young as well, I think.
Yeah.
And we've got Anne.
Oh, look.
Oh, your namesake there. That's a lab because it's a chocolate brown.
Yes, a chocolate lab.
This is from Tess, and in the back garden
Yeah,
somewhere.
she's absolutely beautiful.
Actually, I think that might be a beer garden.
How can you tell?
I'm guessing
no,
it's a beer.
It's
I
like a
think it's a
worn-out
beer
trampoline
garden.
in the background or something. I don't know.
I'll put money on that being a beer garden. Let us know, Tess. Beautiful. Thank you so much for that.
And talking of people who love dogs, Queen Camilla loves dogs, doesn't she? She's a patron of the...
Oh, Battersea.
No, the learning dogs for the, the dogs that do amazing smelling things and...
Yes, medical assistance
Medical
dogs.
assistance dogs. She's definitely patron of that.
Right.
And she might even be... I think she's involved in several dog charities.
I'm a patron of a dog-sniffing charity.
Which dog-sniffing charity is that?
Hypo Hounds. It's
Oh,
called.
right. Is that something to do with diabetes?
Diabetes, yeah. You can smell if you're going hypo.
Wow. Isn't that clever?
How they do it.
God, that's amazing.
Phenomenal.
So are they particular sorts of dogs?
No, it's just...
And could you teach Rex to do that?
We can teach
Except
Rex
he
to
knocks
do...
you out the minute you walk in the door.
I don't think we can teach Rex to do anything, really.
What's he like when you come home?
Mad.
Yeah, all over you?
All over, but in a lovely way.
Yeah. Well, my little Ellie, who's, only about a foot high, she's like that. She winds her way around your feet the minute I walk in. And the first thing I ever say to her, she probably thinks it's her name, is, let me get in, let me get in, please let me get in.
Oh.
She must think that's her name. Because I say it all the time. Yes, it's unrequited love, isn't it? Not unrequited, what do I mean? Unconditional love.
Unconditional love.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm so pleased to see you. It's wonderful, isn't it?
Sweet. You can't mess with that.
Anyway, why are we talking about dogs so much? Yes, because the Queen, Camilla, dog lover, but she's also an enormous fan of Strictly Come Dancing, apparently, and she admitted this during a visit to a dance class in Cambridge.
Yes, she's also accepted an offer, would you believe, to have tap dancing classes. Well, it was offered by Strictly Pro Johannes Radibi, who gave her a pair of steel-shod shoes.
So she could hardly say no.
No. Well.
Anyway, yesterday she talked about the importance of volunteering during the engagement, and our royal correspondent Cameron Walker was there to hear.
I've always wanted to tap dance, so in my dotage, perhaps it's something I could take up.
The Dancing Queen, receiving her very own set of tap shoes from a Strictly star. The Queen, who attends Silver Swans classes for elderly ballet dancers, was in Cambridge yesterday, visiting the Meadows Community Centre. It opened last year and houses a cafe run by the Royal Voluntary Service. The Queen is president of the RVS and spent time with young children attending a nursery class. Then it was time to cha-cha-cha in a dance class run by the charity. Led by Strictly Come Dancing star Jojo and Love Island's Tasha Guri, who quizzed the Queen on her Love Island knowledge.
Tasha was in Love Island. I don't think you've mentioned it.
You do know some, don't you? Not that my children have.
Not quite a fan of the Love Island villa, Her Majesty appeared to have more passion for the Paso Doble.
The dance, it's the best exercise, and it's for everybody, it's a wonderful way of just, enjoying yourself.
I'm so beside myself that you watch Strictly Come Dancing.
The engagement, however, had a serious meaning behind it, and the Queen wanted to highlight the work of the Royal Voluntary Service to support communities across the country.
All the volunteers in this country, wherever I go, whatever charity I'm representing, it's always the volunteers who hold it together, and without them all, the whole country collapse. I mean, they are the backbone of this country, and I don't know what we'd do without you.
The Queen's had a packed diary this week, stepping up while the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales were out of action for different health and family issues. It's understood it's purely coincidence Her Majesty was so busy this week, appearing happy to put duty first. Now King Charles is successfully recovering from his hospital treatment at home. Cameron Walker, GB News.
It's nice to see him doing so well.
Remarkable, I think. Good on Her Majesty for saying, you know,
it's about volunteers.
Volunteers are the backbone of this country.
They blimmin' are.
Yeah, quite right. Now, talking of volunteers and fundraisers, actually, we talk to some amazing people who do some amazing, if slightly bonkers, things. But one charity that we've featured quite a lot on this programme is called Heads Up, and it's a charity, a mental health charity for veterans. And indeed serving soldiers as well, but anyone involved in the military, but particularly veterans, who... the suicide rate actually is horrific.
Terrible, yeah.
It's really, really bad. So Heads Up do amazing work.
And it's up to us all to sort of help them do all the fundraising they need to do to keep going.
But they don't do it lightly, let me tell you. Should we talk to George Dagnall, who's one of the key members of Heads Up, who's just come back from...
Antigua.
Well, yeah.
But it's how he got there that's interesting.
Because let's be honest, it was you and 3 others rowing.
That's correct.
You've never sort of rowed before.
No, so...
And you decided to do 3,000 miles.
Yeah, so I mean, 4 of us as a team. So it's Alex, Adam, myself and Jack. We had no previous rowing experience, no ocean rowing experience. I think one of the members of the team had been on a river a couple of times. But since then, we just decided to do this row across the Atlantic Ocean. Thought it would be a good idea.
Dude, it's not, is it? If you've never rowed before, wouldn't anyone sensible have dissuaded you?
Exactly, and I think it's one of those challenges that spoke out to us as a crew.
Is that because it's called the world's toughest row?
I think so.
Yeah.
I
mean, knowing veterans as I do, that's what sparks. Oh, it's the toughest one. We'll do that.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those, but it's more about the mental resilience piece that comes along with the row, given the fact that it's a long journey, 30 days upwards.
Well, you started it. I mean, you set off in the Canary Islands, didn't you?
Yeah. So
which island did you set off from?
So it was La Gomera in the Canary Islands, and it's 3,000 miles across.
All the way
Antigua.
Across to Antigua.
Yeah. I have to say, 38 teams involved.
Yeah.
You've never done it before, any of you, and you came. Where?
We came 4th, yeah.
And you've never done it before?
You see, that's the British Army for you.
Yeah, it is.
That's the British Army for you. Look, tell us about Heads Up, because I mean, you've done a great achievement. You've raised a lot of money. That's great. But why are you raising it?
Yeah, I mean, so firstly, the row itself was an idea that came along in this same year that we birthed the idea of Heads Up. So the team at Heads Up decided that we wanted to do a few challenges to raise awareness. And so Paul's fantastic row, as you guys know, 5,000 miles around the country. We wanted to try and align to that somehow.
You wanted to beat him at his own game.
I definitely would prefer to do the row rather than the run. But so Adam and I, a part of the charity, thought about various fundraising activities we could do, and we thought it would be a great idea to bring a team together to go across the ocean to
Can I ask you, because I can't figure out, I mean, obviously you leave the harbour in the Canary Islands, and there's probably a lot of people waving you off and a lot of hoo-ha.
Yeah.
And then at some stage you realise you're on your own in open sea.
Yeah.
That must be frightening to start with.
Yeah, and I think that was the one thing that I was not looking forward to the most, is just and I think from the military you always feel that you've been in those situations a lot, but it is very unlike any situation that the military would bring. But you feel like you're prepared in some way. But yeah, that was the part that I was worried about the most. It's almost like a shock of capture. Once all of the fireworks and everything goes off and you've left the harbour and then you're actually on the ocean, very quiet, no one around, just the 4 of you.
And the waves get very big, don't they?
They did indeed for us that year, yeah. So we actually had 2 weather storms that came in that were sort of unprecedented, and they didn't think it would happen. So the first weather storm came in, which was quite kind to us at the start, pushed us out very quickly. So we got to cover a lot of ground, but with that brings turbulent waves. So I think we were facing about 25 knots of wind pushing us towards Antigua, which is great. But again, if you think about it with those waves, you're going to have lots of swells and, you know, the water's going to be coming on board. So the one thing I didn't want was to be in waterproof clothing for the majority of the trip. But I would say probably at 60 to 70% of the trip, we were in our waterproof clothing. And as you can imagine, 2 little cabins at the back where we sleep, getting that waterproof clothing off and getting into your dry clothing.
Which is what you need to do, I suppose.
Yeah, and it just becomes like a little tropical rainforest inside that cabin. So your phones, all your electronic goods, they all stop working. And then what comes with quite big weather is clouds. So we're powered off of 2 solar panels on either end of the boat, and when that happens, we're going to have to go down to not using electronics. So that was also a tricky part of the day, is managing the electrics.
You talk about the mental resilience that you need to do a challenge like this. I mean, where was your mental resilience when you were sort of out the army initially? Were you one of those people who did struggle with getting? But it's not only getting back into Civvy Street, is it? But it's also dealing with what you've seen whilst you've been serving.
Yeah, and I think that's also like a founding piece of the charity. So just to my point a moment ago, Paul came up with the idea to found the charity. Obviously went through PTSD himself and was close friends with the guys that set the charity up. And so that was Adam and Simon as well initially. Those guys, we all come together, we all faced lots of people that had committed suicide over the years, and myself, I had 6 within 1 year happen. So
six people you knew
within 1 year from my regiment. So that was a bit of a shock to us all. So we decided to set the charity up. Then it went into the fundraisers, and then as a part of the fundraisers, and everyone has their own individual stories. I was medically discharged from the army, so for me it was about getting back on the horse and being sort of almost like a person to show others that even though you are injured and you've had surgeries or whatnot, that there are ways to still do challenges.
Why is it though that there are so many people who have served who are taking their own lives? Is it a lack of support? Is it a lack of predominantly young men being able to say, I'm struggling, I need help? I mean, what is it?
I mean, there's a wide range of issues. I could be sitting here for the next couple of hours to go into all of them, but it'd be hard to pinpoint exactly what would be the reasons. And I think as a charity, what we're trying to do is just be that post-care support, or even whilst they're in the military. And, you know, we don't claim to have doctors or psychologists, and we are there, you know, to install positive mental health ways of thinking and doing. And I think that's the part that we play as a group, as a team, as Head Up and with everyone else in the community. We know things that are going to help these guys and girls get back on their feet and think better and be better. So that's what we want to bring in the retreat, and that's what we're trying to achieve. And having gone through that transition process like yourself, like you just said just then, we've all had our own difficulties leaving. It's a very common thing to have. It's a very tribal organisation that captures many different individuals from different communities. So naturally, when you leave an organisation of a tribe, then it's difficult to reintegrate with normality. And that's what Head Up is designed to be, is if they're having difficulties or problems, and we really just want to be there to support them, to take them through the journey and you know, almost like be another tribe again.
If people watching at home want to support you, how do they do that?
Yeah, I mean, so there's 2 ways.
Easy way.
Yeah, so the row itself, so our team name was Marduk. So if they're on Instagram, they could say Marduk Atlantic Challenge. The fundraising tab's still on there. So it's 2 great charities we fundraise for. It wasn't just Head Up. Bowel Cancer UK was another charity where we wanted to fundraise for. So all the money that we raise goes 50% to bowel cancer and 50% to Head Up. And we had a target of 50,000.
Well, I tell you what, we'll put the details on our GB News website.
Oh, please do, yeah, that'd be great.
All the details.
Thank you, Anne. And yeah, so we surpassed our target of 50,000. I think we're probably about 65. So the team have done a great job, and it's not just the team in this challenge. It's been all of our supporters, really. And I think that's one of the main things that drove us across during the 38 days, was knowing that everyone back home was watching. There was an app that they could see on, and it was almost quite overwhelming to see how much support that we had, and you know, getting to the dock in Antigua and seeing Adam's family and Alex's family, and the tears were going. It was
I bet they were.
Oh.
George, really good to see you.
Thank you.
Congrats. Thank you very much indeed. That's it. We're back tomorrow.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, Alex Berkel here again with your latest GB News weather forecast. It's going to be quite cloudy for many of us as we go through this weekend, and with that, some heavy rain and strong winds to watch out for. A cold front is currently pushing its way southwards. Yes, this will bring some rain, but also forms the boundary between the milder air across the south and something a little bit chillier across more northern areas. That being said, it's in the north where we're going to have the best of the sunshine today. Watch out for a scattering of showers across parts of Scotland in particular, some sleet or snow over the highest ground. Meanwhile, for much of England and Wales, a largely cloudy story, and there will be outbreaks of rain here too. Like I said, a fairly mild picture across southern areas, highs of around 13 or 14 Celsius, a bit chillier than this further north, and watch out for some blustery winds as well. Later on, and we are going to stick with the cloudy story across many southern areas, a bit more rain to come here for a time. Further north, the clear spells through the start of the night will give way as increasing amounts of cloud push their way in from the west. Still a fair few showers for parts of Scotland, and many places not seeing temperatures dropping a huge amount, especially in the south, some places staying in double figures. As we go through Sunday then, a spell of wet weather feeds in initially across parts of Northern Ireland, but then more persistent rain reaching into Scotland and Northern England. Some of this rain could be disruptive, particularly as we go through Sunday night into Monday. Drier for the bulk of England and Wales, but largely cloudy and some outbreaks of rain, with temperatures again above average for the time of year. Bye-bye.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News.
Britain's news channel.